Because the last administration wasn't real big on ICE, kind of maybe hoped they didn't exist or whatever, one of the things that didn't happen with respect to ICE, like all other law enforcement agencies around, was the use and implementation of body cameras. So you don't have to rely on somebody happen to have their cell phone and have a good angle, whether they're accusing or defending themselves for whatever they did. This bill funds body cameras for ICE personnel so that we can have first person, if you will, access to what people really think was done. You like a pay raise for the Coast Guard? This bill does that. You like more infrastructure for the Coast Guard? This bill does that. You like grants for first responders and for nonprofit religious worship institutions? This bill does that. The foundation is undeniable. So, as the tax on houses of worship has increased over the last few years, we're providing more money for that. Finally, we ensure that CISA, the agency that's charged with protecting our critical infrastructure like power and water, have the resources required to prevent attacks from nation-state adversaries like China and Russia. Simply put, this bill ensures that the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security who work tirelessly to keep America safe have the resources and tools they need to protect this great nation. I ask my colleagues to continue to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, the distinguished ranking member of the Homeland Security Subcommittee, Mr.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And I rise in support of this bill. But first, I want to thank the chairman of the committee and the full committee, and certainly my ranking member for their leadership, and certainly also to the staff on both sides for the hard work that they have provided on this difficult bill. I represent about 280 miles of the U.S.-Mexican border, and let me be the first one to say this bill is not perfect. However, this bill is better than the alternatives of either funding the department under a continuing resolution or shutting down the government. That is the choice in front of us. This bill puts real requirements to the department, provides oversights, makes targeted investments, directly helping states and local communities to make sure that we help folks like firefighters and other folks. And let me say this, it's better than the alternative, leaving the department with a blank check, virtually unchecked by the Appropriations Committee and by Congress. Allowing DHS to operate under a continuing resolution or trying to shut it down, ICE would ensure that they have no direction from Congress. This bill flat funds ICE, but at the same time, we also strengthen the oversight of ICE by increasing funding to the Inspector General by over $38 million over FY25. That includes $20 million to do additional inspections of the ICE facilities and $12.8 million to provide oversight of the department for the funds that they got under reconciliation. It also provides, as the gentleman said a few minutes ago, $20 million for body-worn cameras, specifically for CBP and ICE that are conducting immigration enforcement. And it also provides funding to increase training for CBP and ICE agents for de-escalation tactics. Let me say this, we did try to fight more. Unfortunately, we couldn't reach an agreement with our Republican friends, but we did not walk away from the work of putting oversight into law that this bill provides itself. We also provide funding, accountability to the Office of Civil Rights and Civil Liberties and the Office of Citizenship and Immigration Services, which is, again, something that they try to close. Let me be clear. ICE can operate based on the funds that they were provided under reconciliation, but we cannot say the same thing to other departments or other agencies under DHS, especially when we talk about FEMA. FEMA gets $5.7 billion, including $3.8 billion for federal assistance, which is a 20% increase above FY 2025. And again, that money goes back to help firefighters, helps threats, disasters. And again, it also provides money to CISA, and as you know, there were cuts, but we are providing money there to make sure that we fight the threats to our critical infrastructure that we're seeing across. And again, finally, this provides funding in the amount of $550 million increase to the Coast Guard, because again, we got to make sure the Coast Guard gets the funding, especially when it comes to funding the drug interdiction. So again, I'll say this. Is this bill perfect? No. But a continuing resolution does provide no oversight, and the department also ICE gets a funding from the reconciliation. So, Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is simple. This bill is better than the alternative. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves.
Reserve. Good job.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, the distinguished gentleman from Washington, Mr. Newhouse.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal year 2026 Homeland Security Appropriations Bill is the culmination of the hard work of our committee and our staff and provides critical investments to protect the American homeland. As a member of the Subcommittee on Homeland Security, I know that this bill champions public safety and preparedness. It protects taxpayer dollars and refocuses the department on its core functions. With border encounters at an historic low, this legislation fully funds DHS and the effort to detain and remove violent illegal immigrants from our communities. In Central Washington, we know firsthand the important work done by the Federal Emergency Management Agency. This bill increases FEMA grant programs by 5% above their previous levels and restores critical staffing positions lost under the fiscal year 25 continuing resolution. It also delivers funds directly to communities across the country, including my own Yakima County, to establish a dedicated emergency operations center and ensure timely and well-coordinated emergency response efforts. The U.S. Coast Guard is fundamental in protecting our border and domestic security. This bill boosts funding for the Coast Guard and provides funding to counter China's footprint in the Indo-Pacific. Lastly, as a member of the Select Committee on the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, I am pleased to see this bill refocuses the Cyber and Infrastructure Agency, or CISA, on its core cybersecurity mission and right-sizes the agency to preserve critical functions. This includes funding to counter threats from adversarial nations and ensure critical infrastructure systems are protected from these threats. Mr. Speaker, this Homeland Security bill is the last piece in completing 12 fiscally responsible bipartisan spending bills. It is the testament
Gentleman's time's expired.
Additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized.
It is a testament to the hard work of the committee and subcommittee leadership on both sides of the aisle and the dedicated staff that spent an untold amount of time to make this process work. I encourage all my colleagues on both sides to support this negotiated bill that provides the resources necessary to secure our borders, protect Americans here at home, and ensure we are being good stewards of taxpayer dollars. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oklahoma reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, the distinguished Democratic whip, Ms. Clark.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today is not about ICE funding. Republicans already gave ICE $75 billion. Today is about the fact that we have a mass paramilitary force terrorizing our communities. Republicans had the opportunity in this bill to enact common sense checks on ICE operations. They refused. First, they refused to ensure ICE abides by the same laws and procedures as our local and state police, that they're unmasked when on duty, that they actually wear the body cameras, that they wear a nameplate identifying who they are, and that they are held responsible for excessive force. Second, the GOP refused to join us in upholding the Constitution. Not only are these arrests warrantless, ICE has now determined they have the right to search your home without a judicial warrant. That is illegal and it is unconstitutional. Third, they refuse to make sure that the use of deadly force is always thoroughly investigated. When Renee Good was shot to death, Kristi Noem declared her a domestic terrorist within hours. The only investigation Noem was interested in was an investigation into Renee Good's widow. That is not justice. That is not security for the American people. Fourth, Republicans refuse to agree to the simple concept that American citizens should not be detained and deported, that people going about their business should not be kidnapped because of the color of their skin or because they're engaging in peaceful protests. Finally, Republicans refuse to prioritize the very real work that DHS does in our communities, stopping fentanyl trafficking, stopping child trafficking, stopping cartels. DHS is taking those investigators off of those cases and putting them on ICE raids. It is at the expense of our national security. When the GOP can't even agree to common sense guardrails, it is clear this isn't about immigration, this isn't about security, this is about state-sanctioned terror. This is about the political retribution of a vengeful president. I will not rubber stamp the federal government's use of political violence against its own people, and I am asking every member to join me in voting no. I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves from Connecticut. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend and former law enforcement official and sheriff, the distinguished gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rutherford.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise in support of the fiscal year 2026 Homeland Security Appropriations Act and urge my colleagues to do the same. This bill champions public safety, and it refocuses the Department of Homeland Security back on its fundamental mission that was really lost sight of during the Biden administration. This legislation, Mr. Speaker, provides funding to important agencies to defend the nation against the threat posed by terrorists, criminals, and foreign adversaries. It aligns with President Trump's agenda to close our border, supports local, state, and federal law enforcement officers that are deporting dangerous criminal aliens out of our communities. Mr. Speaker, this bill gives TSA the resources to keep the flying public safe while getting rid of waste programs like Viper. It supports CISA, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, which is securing vital infrastructure from adversaries like China. It also provides FEMA with the resources it needs to support communities following disasters, and it invests in the Coast Guard, who is keeping fentanyl and other dangerous drugs off our shores and out of our communities. This bill, Mr. Speaker, puts America first. It protects Americans and secures our homeland. And I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on this bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, the distinguished ranking member of the Defense Subcommittee, Ms. McCollum.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this bill. This year, Minnesota has witnessed a state of unbelievable violence, which has led to chaos and terror in the hands of President Trump and DHS. Minnesotans are being racially profiled on a mass scale, assaulted on our streets, kidnapped from our communities. And just the other day, a 5-year-old child was used as bait to get members of his household to come out so masked people in front of this 5-year-old could handcuff and carry family members away. Mass federal agents are seizing parents, yes, in front of terrified children. And many of these people we're finding had no record and were here legally. American citizens and permanent residents are snatched from their cars and they're taken to detention centers. And I worked on one case this past weekend. It's cold. She was warming up her car. She was taken out of her car. She was taken to Whipple, then she was taken to Sherburne County, and then back to Whipple again. Oh, and in between, she had to go to the hospital because of a head injury. And her arms, her wrists, might be suffering permanent damage. A citizen, mind you. This is the worst case of mass civil rights violations by the federal government in recent history. 2 weeks ago, Minnesota stood up to call out these illegal abuses by mass federal agents, and a citizen, a mother of 3 in Minneapolis, Renee Good, was shot and killed. It's happening right here, right now, in Minnesota, in the United States of America, and it needs to stop now. Not 1 penny of our taxpayers' dollars should go to DHS. Well, our constitutional rights are being violated.
Gentlelady's time's expired.
I yield an additional 30
Let me
seconds.
just say in
Gentlelady's
that 30
recognized.
seconds, vote no. Vote for our constitutional rights. Vote for due process. Vote no on this bill.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, the distinguished gentleman from Missouri and the Vice Chair of the Military Construction VA Subcommittee, the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Alford.
Gentleman's recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Folks, this moment matters. For too long, we here in Washington have governed by crisis. We've rushed pre-holiday omnibuses, backroom deals, and broken promises. Mr. Speaker, those days are over. Today, following President Trump's America First agenda, along with Chairman Tom Cole's unmatched leadership, we are doing what the American people sent us here to Washington, D.C. to do, to put America first. 12 out of 12 appropriation bills, including Homeland Security today, transparent bills, accountable bills, and fiscally responsible bills. This hadn't happened in years, and it sends a clear, powerful message back home. The House is back at work. We are back to governing. These bills strengthen our military, secure our border, invest in health and workforce readiness, modernize transportation, and deliver real savings for taxpayers. It is peace through strength. This Homeland bill makes us safer at home by deporting illegal criminal aliens. In the overall bills, through our member-directed investments, we are expanding Skyhaven Airport to improve safety and grow aviation training at the University of Central Missouri in Warrensburg. We're launching a workforce training center for ag in Sedalia to prepare the next generation. We're replacing a failing bridge so first responders, school buses, and commerce can move safely and reliably in Oak Grove, Missouri. These are reasonable member-directed investments in America, our true Article I authority. Mr. Speaker, we're just inches away from the finish line. Let's not slow this down. Let's get over the finish line. Let's deliver now for what the American people sent us here to do. Donald J. Trump's America First agenda, backed by 12 appropriation bills, passed out of this House, signed by the President. Let's fund our government. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, the distinguished ranking member of the State and Foreign Operations Subcommittee, Ms. Frankel.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this Homeland Security funding bill. We cannot continue to fund an agency that ignores the Constitution, abandons due process, interrupts businesses, and traumatizes families. Across the country, ICE enforcement is no longer about public safety. It has become a campaign of cruelty and fear. Families torn apart with no warning and no plan. Children afraid to go to school. Homes entered without warrants. Workers dragged off of job sites by their hair. People abducted when shopping for groceries, going to the church, or taking their kids to school. Peaceful citizens pepper sprayed and shot in cold blood for daring to speak up. And when members of Congress try to conduct oversight, we are blocked. We are denied access. We are told to look the other way. This is not law enforcement. This is not accountability, and that is not who we are as a country. This bill writes a check for an agency that is violating basic rights or refusing basic oversight. It pours money into detention and enforcement without guardrails, without transparency, without respect for human dignity. And I want to be clear. Security does not require cruelty. Enforcement does not require lawlessness. And immigration policy should never require us to abandon our values. Yes, we need border security and orderly immigration system, but we can secure our borders and uphold due process, and we can enforce the law and protect families. And this bill does neither. And until the Trump administration ends these abuses, restores transparency, and respects the Constitution, I cannot and will not support funding that enables this harm. And I yield back.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished gentlelady from North Dakota, Ms. Fedorchak.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to commend Chairman Tom Cole for leading the appropriations process as intended by our founders. Fiscal year 26 will mark the first time in decades that Congress has funded the federal government through all 12 appropriations bills without reverting to a year-long continuing resolution. As a freshman, I committed to working to this process, to this end, during my time in Congress. I never dreamed I would see it my first year. Thank you, Mr. Cole, for your leadership. Now I rise today on behalf of North Dakota farmers and rural communities to support the step included in this measure to move forward on year-round E15. Farmers are hurting. Across the country, input costs and interest costs are up. Our producers are also dealing with tariff pressures and shifting markets. And at the same time, commodity prices are down. That's a difficult combination for anyone. And the future of many family farmers hangs in the balance both in my state and many others throughout the heartland. Year-round E15 offers immediate relief without costing the federal government anything. This is a top priority for farmers in my state and across our nation. E15 provides an immediate, strong domestic market for their bountiful harvest. E15 is homegrown energy. Year-round E15 eliminates regulatory uncertainty that prevents the industry from flourishing. It will add $25.3 billion to the U.S. GDP and support more than 128,000 full-time jobs. President Trump and Secretary Rollins support this effort. Rural America is counting on us to deliver. Please join me and let's get this done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, a member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. Escobar.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as a member of the House Homeland Appropriations Subcommittee, I stand today in opposition to this Homeland Appropriations bill. I want to be very clear. The bill that passed out of committee had protections for U.S. citizens against what we are seeing playing out in Minnesota and other American cities. During our debate in the House Appropriations Committee, I successfully amended the bill to include language that would prevent ICE from apprehending and deporting U.S. citizens. When the bill was reported out of committee, it included my amendment. But during negotiations, I was told that the White House, Stephen Miller in particular, stripped my amendment from the bill. This means Donald Trump does not want to protect U.S. citizens. Let that sink in. Donald Trump does not want U.S. citizens protected from being detained and deported by ICE. The Trump agenda has never been about apprehending and deporting the worst of the worst. Their own statistics prove that. The stories reported by journalists on the ground prove that. Eyewitness and firsthand accounts prove that. U.S. citizens alongside lawful immigrants and members of vibrant communities, including children as young as 5 years old, are being targeted by ICE and Border Patrol in the kinds of abuses many of us never believed would happen in America. Indiscriminate stops on the streets, racial profiling, people dragged from their cars and their homes, legal observers physically assaulted for documenting abuses, theft and destruction of property, and people being killed by agents. Violations of law, violations of the Constitution, and violations of civil rights are happening here in America at the hands of the American government, specifically the Department of Homeland Security. This cannot stand. I urge all of my colleagues to vote no.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, the distinguished ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, Mr. Takano.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in vehement opposition to giving one more red cent to ICE and CPB until we see accountability and reforms in this DHS funding bill. Under Secretary Noem's and President Trump's action, ICE and CPB have turned law enforcement agencies into something much more dark, much more sinister. Americans are scared by masked agents roaming our streets, arresting anyone in eyesight who they deem to be a threat, not a court of law. They are terrified that they could be the next Rene Good or one of the many who have died in for-profit detention camps. And they worry about sending their kids to school or doing right by the law and attending routine immigration hearings. It cannot continue, and today Congress has a chance to act. Now I understand that there are some decent parts to this bill unrelated to ICE or the CPB. But giving more taxpayer dollars to this fund to fund this wave of violence without accountability for past abuses and reforms to prevent more tragedies is not just a mistake, it is complicity. Instead, we need courage to demand guardrails that every single American can support. When there is a shooting or another abuse, an independent investigation should be the standard. When ICE kicks down your door, a warrant must be signed by a judge, and that warrant needs to be present. And if you're speaking Spanish or have skin color that's other than white, you should not be detained just because of how you look or the language you speak. And should you encounter an immigration officer, they should no longer be able to shield themselves from accountability behind a mask. And in the United States of America, nobody should feel like they have to carry a passport in their own country to prove that they're a citizen or a legal permanent resident. No American should be made, Mr. Speaker, to carry a passport in the land of the free and the home of the brave. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this legislation because I cannot in good conscience vote to spend 1 more cent on ICE. I will not fund an agency that acts like an American Gestapo. The Trump administration has launched a brutal and reckless campaign to strike fear in immigrant communities across the country, and ICE is on the front lines, using aggressive and violent tactics that too often end in tragedy. I cannot support 1 more cent for an agency that would recklessly take the life of Rene Good, an innocent and defenseless young woman. I cannot support 1 more cent for masked agents arresting U.S. citizens, pulling people out of their homes and tearing children away from their parents, and stating it is exempt from the constitutional requirement for search warrants. I cannot support 1 more cent for detention facilities with the highest death rate in decades and that fail to meet the basic medical needs of detainees. No wonder they refuse to allow access to members of Congress. To support 1 more cent for an agency with such disregard for the rule of law and basic human decency would be a moral outrage. Vote no on this legislation.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Yes, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Yesterday, at this time, Liam Ramos was at his preschool in Minneapolis. And today, as we speak, he is in a prison cell in Texas against the will of his parents. What are we doing here? I'm a member of the Committee on Homeland Security, and under the Biden administration, I pushed for more resources to secure the border. I know that we need to enforce immigration laws, but not like this. They are sending masked agents into American neighborhoods. They are beating people in the streets. They are breaking into homes without a judicial warrant, profiling people based on their appearance or their accent, and detaining them if they don't have their citizenship papers on them. Is this what we've become? A country where everyone has to carry their citizenship papers around in case masked men come and threaten to beat them and detain them and throw them into a vehicle? Is that what we've become? By the Department of Homeland Security's own data, the vast majority of the people who they have detained have no criminal record at all. They are detaining and deporting U.S. military veterans, children with cancer, pregnant women. We don't have to do it like this. We can enforce immigration laws without this level of cruelty. And now they're asking us to give them a blank check to continue funding this. We as a Congress need to start doing our jobs and put common sense guardrails in place. I urge my colleagues, vote no on this bill until there are real guardrails in the way that DHS is behaving. And I yield back.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentlelady reserves.
I'd advise the gentlelady I'm prepared to close whenever she is.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is recognized. Connecticut is recognized.
Sorry. I understand. Okay. I thank the gentleman. There was an additional speaker who is not here. As I said in my opening, this is a bill that has gotten so much attention over the past few days. And I think that that is the reality of where we are. I've watched this bill over the years, and it's always been a struggle to deal with the Homeland Security bill. And I thought that we were really on track to be able, this time around, to make some significant progress on the Homeland Security bill. And we were on track to do that. But then we watched unfold an unspeakable tragedy in Minnesota. Unspeakable in the loss of a young woman who was killed. You've heard from my colleagues from Minnesota, not just about the killing of Renee Nicole Good, but of the other unspeakable transgressions by an agency that has made a determination that they are not accountable to anyone, to no laws, no rule of law, no even higher calling of understanding how you treat human beings. They have run roughshod over United States citizens. No one here believes that criminals in this nation should be deported, or that they should face the legal system that we have, because the strength of the United States is that we are a nation of laws. We abide by the rule of law. And this agency is defining this at every step of the way, every day, with the sanction of the President of the United States, saying we are going to work to increase the pain. We are going to detain and potentially deport United States citizens. We asked for some simple reforms. Don't deport United States citizens. Require the training and the hiring of personnel that are competent and capable for this job. Do you know that training has gone from 5 to 8 months to 6 to 8 weeks? The sensitivity around this issue has been broken, and the trust of the American people and the people of Minnesota has been broken. Children are frightened, families are frightened, and there's no need for that in this country. We need to have the rule of law reinstated. And you can't have masked, armed people on the street pulling over anyone that they choose to based on the color of their skin or how they look. You know, I said this in the Rules Committee when I testified. I actually have 2 grandsons who are adopted. I have one from Guatemala, and yeah, he is brown-skinned, but he's a citizen. He lives in Los Angeles, and I found myself telling him, make sure you carry your passport. Make sure you carry your passport. Because it scares me that because of his brown skin, he can be pulled aside, and he can be detained, and he can be deported. And he's a United States citizen. My other grandson, his parentage is Uzbekistan, but he's a United States citizen. He's a youngster. And he could be snatched up and separated from us. It's the United States of America. We've watched, and we focus on Iran. We watched the Savak in Iran take people off the street, detain them, kill them, never heard from them again. We're not going down that road. We cannot go down that road. The Congress cannot take us down that road. I was hopeful, as a ranking member of Appropriations, and my colleague and the chair knows this, to get what we need to get done. And we were on a road. We were on a good track. But we have to face the circumstances. We have to deal with the environment. We have to deal with what's happened in this country. And we cannot turn a blind eye. We cannot say, let's overlook it. Because if we overlook it, it will not get better. It is our responsibility now to make it better so that we can turn this around, make this agency work. I'm not for abolishing ICE, and there'll be a lot of people who are going to be unhappy with my saying that, and that so be it. But we need to reform it. We need to turn it around. We need to make it work on behalf of the American people, not make it the fear that a KGB, a Savak, or other agencies have had in other countries that we oppose. And we can't go down the road of making that who we are. It is our responsibility. It is our responsibility. I've said to my colleagues, I say it over and over again, make the decision based on where your heart is and what you believe in. This is a moment and a vote that says, You have to determine what you believe is the right thing to do. And that's the basis on which to do. I've made that decision. And the right thing for me to do is to vote no on this bill. I yield back.
The gentlewoman has yielded. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I want to begin by thanking two outstanding appropriators. Mr. Amodei, the chairman of the Homeland Security Subcommittee of Appropriations, and his working partner and colleague, the ranking member, Mr. Cuellar of Texas. They have done an extraordinary job on this bill. We've heard a lot of rhetoric today. Not much of it has anything to do with what's in the bill. The bill itself is a good, strong bill. It's a bill for, frankly, the two members worked well together. Not a perfect bill, as my friend Mr. Cuellar said, certainly not from his perspective, but it's a solid bill. There's no poison pills in this bill. It focuses on making the American people more secure. It does so economically and efficiently, and it does so in a way that honestly should make every member of the committee proud. This is a difficult bill to bring forward, no doubt about that. Each side has struggled with it over the years. I'm very proud that the ranking member and the chairman worked together to bring a bill to the floor. That has not happened in a long, long time. Usually just sort of gets muddled in. And it says a great deal about their professionalism and their cooperation. Now, if you listened to the debate, you would think we have law enforcement in chaos and that somehow our country's not secure. Quite the opposite's true. Quite frankly, President Trump should be commended for what he and his administration have accomplished in a matter of weeks and months that most of us thought would take years. Our borders are secure. They are more secure now than they've ever been. Wasn't that long ago I was on this floor talking about 15,000 a day or 10,000 a day coming in illegally. That has stopped. And you know, as a consequence of that, crime has gone down, not up. That's a great success for the American people. Drug trafficking is down, not up. That's a great success for the American people. The scourge of human trafficking, the exploitation of usually young women and young men has been dramatically lowered. That's thanks to President Trump, the people that he's put in charge of our border security and our internal security, the hard work of our Coast Guard. You know, there's a lot in this bill that has nothing to do with ICE. We fund the Border Patrol here. Are we supposed to not pay those men and women that have kept us secure? We fund the Coast Guard, which, as my friends point out, and the distinguished chair of this committee pointed out, has been refocused on some of the maritime security issues, particularly relating to foreign adversaries as far away as China. This bill deals with FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. You're voting against this bill, you're voting against to fund the people who will help you in a hurricane and a tornado or a disaster of some sort. Why in the world should they be penalized? So I think we should look at the bill in its totality. We should look at the difficulty of the task that we asked the chairman and the ranking member to do, and we should thank them for the hard work and wisdom that they both exhibited in bringing this product to the floor. Now, I do worry about the rhetoric around this bill. I personally believe, not intentionally, but it's reckless. The encouraging people to believe that we have masses of bad actors in a particular agency and that some of the rhetoric, and mostly not on this floor, let me say that I have heard in the country about, comparing law enforcement officers to the Gestapo or the Nazis. That's terrible. That's not true. That's not who they are. That's not what they do. And that kind of rhetoric, when we hear it and wherever we hear it from, is dangerous and reckless and wrong. We've had a good debate here today on a variety of bills, and I want to end on a little more positive note. Again, I want to thank my friend, the ranking member. We don't always agree on everything. This bill is probably an example of that. But we work together well. and professionally. And it's one of the reasons we can consider this bill separately is my friend made that request and made it very convincingly to me. And I know she's a person of good faith, and I want to work with her wherever I can. And again, I want to thank her for her friendship and her leadership. We will not agree on this matter today, on this particular item, but there's much, much more that we agree on than we disagree on. And we would not have gotten to this point without working together. But having said that, I do think this is pretty clear, Mr. Speaker. The right thing to do here is to fund the people that protect America, that defend our borders, that help us in times of disaster, and yes, who find criminals who have come into the country illegally, committed crimes, and make sure they're expelled. That makes America safer and better and more secure. And I thank the President and his administration for doing that, and I think we should rally around them and show our support for what they've done by passing this legislation. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1014, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill making further consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026 and for other purposes.
The question is on final passage of the bill. Pursuant to Clause 10 of Rule 20, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the order of the House of January 21, 2026, I call up House Concurrent Resolution 68, and I ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
Concurrent Resolution 68. Concurrent resolution to direct the removal of United States armed forces from Venezuela that have not been authorized by Congress.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 21st, 2026, the concurrent resolution is considered as read. The concurrent resolution shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided among and controlled by Representatives Mast of Florida, Representative Meeks of New York, and Representative McGovern of Massachusetts, or their respective designees. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Govern, will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the resolution under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to say this twice. Once for each of my colleagues over here managing, Representative Meeks and Representative McGovern. There are no troops in Venezuela. Let me say it one more time for you all. There are no troops in Venezuela. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it was only last month that we stood on this floor debating the same resolution. My colleagues across the aisle defended the administration's claim that an unauthorized U.S. military operations in the Caribbean and threats against Venezuela were about what? Stopping drugs. And at that time I asked a simple question. I asked and never received an answer. If this was about drugs, why did the president pardon the former leader of the Honduras, a convicted drug trafficker who bragged about shoving drugs up the noses of the gringos? The administration's own actions have since made the truth absolutely clear. This was never about drugs. The unauthorized January 3rd operation was not conducted to address an imminent threat to the United States, nor to advance democracy in Venezuela. Donald Trump has abandoned even the pretense of national security. He has been very explicit about what his intent is. We're there to take Venezuela's oil. That's what this was about. He propped up Maduro's regime, praised Maduro's vice president as a terrific person, and sidelined the Democratic opposition, forcing Maria Corina Machado through the back door of the White House. Meanwhile, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, and Stephen Miller postured as viceroys of America's newest colony, while American taxpayers are on the hook to ensure Trump's oil baron friends are fed the spoils. Guess what? There's no plan for what comes next. No plan to deal with the entrenched military and paramilitary forces spread across the country twice the size of Iraq. No plan if the so-called acting president refuses to serve as Trump's puppet. And no explanation of what the president means when he says he's not afraid to put boots on the ground. This administration is winging it and driving the United States headfirst into another open-ended foreign conflict that, as history has shown, is destined to backfire in years to come. For those of you who deny this is warmongering, there is still a U.S. aircraft carrier parked in the Caribbean. Tens of thousands of young American men and women remain on standby. And if the president wants to drag the United States into a war, the American people don't want this. He must come to Congress first. The debate belongs on this floor, and we've all asked for what the cost has been and what the cost will be to the American people. No answers to that either. So let's be equally clear. Venezuela is not an end of this recklessness. In exchange for a rules-based system the United States built to extend our influence around the globe, Donald Trump is reducing the United States to a regional bully with fewer allies and more enemies. This isn't making America great again. It's making us isolated and weak. Donald Trump's New World Order is not new. It is the old logic of empires. Might makes right. The strong take from the weak. It is the same backwards worldview that Vladimir Putin uses in Ukraine, and the same logic China will cite when it looks at Taiwan. We've seen where that road leads, to endless conflict. So, to my Republican colleagues, the American people want us to lower their cost of living, not enable war. Now is the time to stand by your oath of office and end this dangerous game before it's too late. It is time for Congress to reclaim our authority that the Constitution gave us, that Article 1 authority, and say enough is enough. A president is not a king. He's not an emperor. And without an act of Congress, he cannot invade a nation and set us down the road of war. Let us stand up and do our responsibilities. Let's see where the Congress stands. Let's have a vote on this floor and see where the majority of the members of the United States House of Representatives is. The people deserve to know. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman, reserves. The gentleman reserves. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to start by saying something simple that shouldn't be controversial in the People's House. On questions of war and peace, on questions of life and death, Congress is not supposed to be a potted plant. We don't get paid to outsource hard decisions. We don't get brownie points for showing up. Our founders weren't naive about threats, but they were realistic about power. That's why they chose to entrust Congress with the power to make war, not the president, not the courts, not the states, but the elected representatives of the people. And call me crazy, but I think if we abdicate that power, we are not only doing a disservice to the people we represent, we are violating our sacred oath of office, our oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. Now, the last time I brought up this resolution, I was told it was premature because there had not been strikes in Venezuela. Yet, let me quote what my Republican friends said in their own words. Chairman Mast, quote, "This resolution to me doesn't make much sense because we are not in hostilities inside Venezuela," end quote. Congressman Keith Self said, quote, "This is not necessary as it removes our armed forces from hostilities against the country where there have been no hostilities," end quote. Congressman Warren Davidson, quote, is the contention that this is a present condition, that there are U.S. forces in violation of the War Powers Resolution, or is it a hypothetical future, end quote. Congressman Tom McClintock, if the president launched an unprovoked attack on Venezuela without congressional declaration, we should have this debate. Until then, I think Democrats would do well not to cry wolf on such an important matter. Even Susie Wiles, the president's own chief of staff, said, and I quote, "If he were to authorize some activity on land in Venezuela, then we'd need Congress." So we got lots of smug lectures from the other side. But guess what? On January 3rd, 2026, not only did Donald Trump authorize land activity in Venezuela, his administration did not come to Congress beforehand. We weren't even the first group that he talked to after the attack on Venezuela. And I guess the best we can get from the current majority here is that there's never a good time for Congress to assert its war powers. It's either too soon or it's too late. Well, I don't think it's too late because we're still dealing with the consequences of this unauthorized, unlawful military strike. Nicolas Maduro, a brutal tyrant, was removed from power, and the Trump administration replaced Maduro with his own damn vice president. I mean, is that the big victory that my friends think we should be celebrating? Meet the new boss, same as the old boss? They left in power the same illegitimate regime that rules through oppression, fraud, and violence. They left in control the same security apparatus that violates people's rights. They preserve the same corrupt cartel state. Am I missing something here? Because from what I can tell, the president put our troops in harm's way without congressional consent, all so that he could replace one dictator with another dictator. Everything is the same except the face at the podium. And now the president says he's the one running Venezuela. I don't even know what the hell that means. He says we control the oil. What happens if the Venezuelan people don't want that? Will he send troops into Venezuela? What is the clearly defined mission here? I don't know what it is. I mean, look what's happened since he claimed he's in charge. Repression has gotten worse. Security forces are interrogating people at checkpoints, confiscating phones, detaining journalists. Again, I ask, what was this all about? And if we don't know what, and we don't know what will happen next, shouldn't we all agree, whether you support Trump's actions or oppose them, that we should have a debate on this stuff? That we should authorize an expansion of military forces if that's what's in the future, that should be a debate, we should have a vote on it. That's all we're asking here. But this is crazy. We can't be asleep at the switch. I mean, no oversight, no hearings, no votes, just blind obedience to the executive. That's not the way this place is supposed to run. So if my colleagues respect this institution, the House of Representatives, they will vote yes to stop this madness from going any further than it already has. We ought to vote on these issues, and with that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, yield myself as much time as I may consume. Neither of my colleagues bothered to say anything about what their bill they're bringing forward actually does. They didn't say a word about it. So let's quote their own bill for them, since they clearly don't want to talk about it. They want to remove U.S. forces from hostilities in Venezuela. That is what the bill says. Anybody can go read it, black ink, white paper. So let's get straight to the point. The U.S. is not at war with Venezuela. I know you all predicted that there's going to be some forever protracted war, but we were never at war with Venezuela. There are no boots on the ground. Democrats are asking us to vote on a resolution about a situation that literally does not exist. We do not have anybody there in Venezuela fighting. There are no tanks on the ground in Caracas. There are no snipers in the tree line. Doesn't exist. Again, we are not at war. Maybe they're conferring about that right now. Let me confer with my colleagues a minute. Are we at war? I confirmed with my staff, we're not at war. Are there any troops on the ground? I confirmed with my staff also, there are no troops on the ground. They should confer with their staff. I see them doing that. Your Senate Democrat colleagues, they tried to bring this exact same resolution to the floor of the Senate, but even the Senate was smart enough to pull it because they didn't want to be embarrassed. Because let's say it again, we are not at war. Most of you Democrats predicted that we were going to be in some forever war, which again, by the way, you said after the strike hitting the Iranian nuclear facilities, their nuclear infrastructure, you all said we're going to be in a forever war. We weren't. And then you said the same thing years ago when President Trump killed Qasem Soleimani. We're going to be in this forever protracted war. Guess what? We weren't. We haven't been. Not for one moment since then. My Democrat colleagues, they are batting zero in predicting forever wars. Operation Absolute Resolve was a law enforcement action to bring Nicolas Maduro, an indicted narco-terrorist with a $50 million bounty, to justice. And President Trump finished the job. Thank you, President Trump, for finishing the job. It was literally over before breakfast. I've been in war, I can tell you, an operation that's over before breakfast, that's not a war. The Department of War, let me say this again, is not engaged in any hostilities within the Venezuela territory or with the Venezuelan military. They're not in tank battles. There are no tactical operations centers there. There are no convoys. There are no U.S. mess halls over there. There are no field hospitals. There are no trenches with infantry soldiers shooting at one another. We're not even there long enough for soldiers to heat up an MRE. That's what we eat in the field in the military, guys. But just to give you a level of peace of mind, because you were curious about this, Secretary Rubio confirmed in his letter last week that no U.S. armed forces are in Venezuela. He also confirmed that should there be any military operations that would put our forces in hostilities with Venezuela, that the administration will provide the appropriate notifications to Congress, literally in his letter. So what is this really about? This bill that you all refused to even say a word about in your opening statements. It's about spite. It's about the fact that you don't want President Trump to arrest Maduro, and you will condemn him no matter what he does, even though he brought Maduro to justice with possibly the most successful law enforcement operation in history. Your hypocrisy is clear as you chant and you lead your No Kings protest, but when it comes to taking down a dictator, you crawl into a corner, you curl up, and you start to cry about it. This is about your base having protests to free Maduro. This is about appeasing your far-left friends. Now, whether my colleagues want to admit it or not, the world is a safer place because President Trump had the backbone, the stones to do what nobody else would, bring Nicolas Maduro to justice. So, let me say this affirmatively as possible. If anybody votes yes on this war power resolution that my colleagues didn't want to describe, they are stupid. Because again, there is nobody at war, no forces in hostilities in Venezuela. It would be like them calling me today to take a pie out of the oven that we all ate a month ago. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
And you know what happened in the Senate? They had a vote. First, 5 Republicans joined Democrats. But in his general style, 2 of them were very threatened by the president and had to reverse their vote the next week. We need to have the vote here and see if the courage that the 5 first showed and the 3 that continue to show, whether my colleagues on the other side is going to have the courage to stand up and do their job and make sure that the power that we have in the House of Representatives to oversee the executive branch and not just be a patsy to this executive branch exists. And now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Connecticut, the ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee, Representative Jim Hines.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. Not much surprises me anymore, but to sit here and to listen to the storied House Foreign Affairs Committee chaired by somebody who calls the opposition stupid, to hear our motivations as we stand up for a fundamental constitutional prerogative mocked through ad hominem attacks. Shame, sir. Shame. We are here because we are standing for our constitutional right to be consulted on the most consequential decision that the United States can make, whether we engage in hostilities and put young men and women at risk. The chairman's summer stock theater and cringy antics notwithstanding, this has nothing to do with whether there are troops on the ground in Venezuela. We will stipulate your argument, pathetic as it is, Mr. Speaker. What this is about is whether we see what we saw happen 3 weeks ago happen again. 3 weeks ago, there were boots on the ground, and we didn't know about it. This bill is about saying that on the most consequential thing that this Congress can do, we have a voice. The representatives of the people, the Article I authority. Let's set aside Venezuela. I won't use that term again. Let's stand up for our constitutional rights to be consulted for what may happen tomorrow or the day after tomorrow or next week. Not much surprises me anymore, Mr. Speaker. I've watched my majority friends completely abandon their policy positions. Brutally anti-immigration because of this president, obliterating free trade, completely leaving behind everything that the Republican Party used to stand for, praising Vladimir Putin, attacking our NATO allies. You know what? Policy flexibility is not the worst thing in the world. I wish it weren't happening because of the reason that it's happening, but policy flexibility is one thing. But abrogating your constitutional duty to be consulted and to authorize force, and then to be mocked for it, shame, sir, shame. We need to stand up as an institution and say, we get consulted on the most consequential things that we can do. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. Once again, I want to remind to direct your comments to the chair. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I just say to the distinguished chairman that his arguments are it's either too early or it's too late. I mean, our troops were on the ground. Our troops were shot at. They were wounded. Thankfully, they are home and they are safe. But with this, all we're saying here is that if you're going to expand and utilize our military again, you come to Congress and ask for a vote. And that's not just our prerogative, it's our responsibility. It's in the Constitution. That's our damn job. If you don't want to do it, do something else. But it's our responsibility. And in terms of the gentleman's interpretation of the War Powers resolution, I would simply suggest that maybe he and his team go to the Congressional Research Service and get a briefing to understand how it works. But this is our responsibility. It's our job. I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. And it's really devastating to listen to the other side talking about how we somehow were not supposed to be told when boots went on the ground before. Somehow we were lucky enough, by God's grace, that nothing bad happened to men and women in the service of our nation, and yet they actually were injured, 7 of them. The U.S. military is being used against Venezuela without congressional authorization, without transparency, and in ways that appear only designed to benefit the very powerful amongst us, the oil companies, and not the Venezuelan people, and certainly not our American people to whom we are obligated to represent. It's as simple as that. The American people don't want their sons or their daughters sent into harm's way for their missions to Venezuela or to Greenland or to anywhere else that are undertaken just to enrich corporations and the most wealthy amongst us and cronies of the presidents, and to do nothing in the process to lower the cost of living, to help families afford housing or health care, or to secure a future for our children.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
I'm struck by the fact that
I yield 30 additional seconds.
I am struck by the fact that we are in a place where we have maligned others in the past for brutish isolationism, for colonial instincts that we have long condemned in our own adversaries. I urge my colleagues on both sides of this aisle to vote yes, to do our jobs so that we may reaffirm our authority and rein in reckless action. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I yield to my friend, I would just say this will probably be the only apology they get out of me today. I apologize for talking about the bill and the text of the bill that they still refuse to talk about. They're not willing to do that. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arkansas, Chairman of the Intelligence Committee, Mr. Crawford. Actually, I yield him as much time as he shall use.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank Chairman Mast for yielding and for his leadership on this critical issue. Mr. Speaker, make no mistake about it, we are not at war with Venezuela. Nicolas Maduro is a murderer, an autocrat, a narco-terrorist, a thug who has oppressed his own people, stolen elections, and turned a once prosperous and free country into a desperate nation that millions have fled. And most importantly, as for the action the United States took against him on January 3rd, he is a criminal, an indicted fugitive from U.S. justice. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have demanded Maduro's removal for years. After the stolen 24 election, the fraudulent 18 election, and the Constituent Assembly power grab in 2017. In fact, H-Res 1409 of the 118th Congress is a Democrat-sponsored resolution with the unambiguous title of, quote, standing in solidarity with the Venezuelan people and condemning Nicolas Maduro's attempt to steal the Venezuelan presidential election. Or here's another Democratic hit. H.R. 8741 of the 118th Congress, pointing to the threat to our homeland, defining Maduro as a person of concern who has engaged in, quote, a long-term pattern or of serious instances of activity adverse to the national security of the United States, the security of critical infrastructure of the United States, or the safety and security of United States persons. And who can forget Democrat-sponsored H.R. 5670 of the 118th Congress that succinctly called for, quote, an end to the usurpation of presidential authorities by Nicolas Maduro. Instead of celebrating President Trump's historic leadership on this issue and the unmatched operational excellence of the United States military, law enforcement officers, and intelligence community in carrying out this historic and heroic effort, House Democrats are once again putting politics before protecting the American people. Mr. Speaker, this hypocrisy is evident in the message coming from congressional Democrats. Earlier this month, Chuck Schumer stated that President Trump, quote, seems content to drag our country into an endless war with no plan, no transparency, and nothing but wishful thinking, end quote. Nothing could be further from the truth. Operation Absolute Resolve was a masterfully, meticulously planned law enforcement operation supported by the U.S. military. I don't know how much clearer we must be with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, but the U.S. is not at war with Venezuela. None of the actions taken by the Trump administration to execute an arrest warrant on a criminal constitute war. The Trump administration has briefed both chambers of Congress in detail on the operation to bring Maduro to justice, an action that Democrats in this chamber would have celebrated had it been carried out by the feckless and failed Biden administration. Additionally, Secretary Rubio confirmed again to Congress on January 14th that there are currently no U.S. troops in Venezuela and that the introduction of U.S. armed forces into future hostilities will be undertaken consistent with notifications of the War Powers Resolution if required. Mr. Speaker, the hypocrisy of House Democrats is palpable this afternoon in this chamber. I urge each of my colleagues to vote down this deeply flawed resolution and instead thank President Trump for continuing to take historic action to place the safety of American people first. I thank Chairman Mast for his partnership and leadership and yield the balance of my time.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
You know, last time we were here, the chairman was talking about it was all about drugs. Yet today I have not heard anything about drugs. The president said it was about drugs. That was the imminent threat to the United States, allegedly. We don't hear anything about drugs. We don't hear anything about democracy. All we hear about is oil and taking those resources. Fact of the matter is, they talk about we're not at war. I know that that aircraft carrier is still sitting right there where we led the attack before, where the attack took place. I know there's a blockade taking place right now. So our military is still right off the shore of Venezuela. And I know that we want to make sure that we take care of our responsibility as members of the House of Representatives and have the oversight and say to the president, should he decide to strike again, come to the Congress first. With that, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Representative Chris DeLuzio.
Thank the gentleman from New York, Mr. Speaker, and to respond to the notion of hypocrisy, that we should rely on the Secretary of State's notification when required. We were not notified. The Congress did not receive notification or ask for authorization before Americans were sent to fight and to bleed in Venezuela. 7 Americans were wounded in that military operation. There is a functional blockade of Venezuelan oil. As others have pointed out here, Mr. Speaker, an aircraft carrier strike group sits nearby, poised to again send Americans into Venezuela should the president order them. And let's talk about hypocrisy. In the 118th Congress, this body voted on 2 war powers resolutions to remove Americans from hostilities that had not been authorized by the Congress. And in those 2 votes, 52 Republicans and 47 Republicans, respectively, thought that Congress ought to have a say about our war powers. And what's changed? The party of the occupant of the White House. Be consistent, Mr. Speaker. Support this resolution. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman keeps talking about the bill, and here it is here. I did talk about the bill, and let's talk about the bill again. I have it right here. It's 2 pages. The way the bill is written is to comply with the War Powers Act. The bill would simply prevent further escalation. If you're watching at home, read it yourself, H-Con Res 68. And the reason we think we need to do that is because the administration already did not get permission before escalating the first time. And by the chairman's logic, the only time we can ever have a vote is if there are physically boots on the ground. That just is logically insane. It doesn't comport with the way the War Powers Act is written. By his logic, the president should be able to launch a preemptive nuclear war without congressional authorization. I mean, that's nuts. I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Ryan.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, we face a fundamental question here. Who makes the decision to send our most precious resource, our young men and women in uniform, into harm's way? Is it a 5-time draft dodger who's called them suckers and losers, or is it the American people with us as their voices? Mr. Speaker, I was on the receiving end of this same chicken hawk BS for 27 months in combat in Iraq, and I don't need to be lectured by my colleagues. We all know how that went. Thousands of American lives lost, trillions of dollars spent, not on one, but two forever wars over the last 20 plus years that we should not have started in the first place, and most importantly, no honest conversation with the American people about what would be required, what blood and treasure would be spilled across, halfway across the world. And now we're seeing it play out all again. History doesn't repeat, but it certainly rhymes. We in this room had the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of State come to Congress before the end of this calendar year and blatantly lie to our faces and, more importantly, lie to the American people. Why? Because they know it isn't right or popular. The last thing, Mr. Speaker, the American people want is another regime change war, forever war, for oil. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution and to not repeat history. Yield back to the gentleman.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, there it was again, a forever war. President Trump has never brought America into a forever war. Any operation he's conducted pretty much done before breakfast, just like Venezuela. I think my Democrat colleagues can't wrap their head around that something can be about more than one thing at a time. It can be about Maduro and his lawlessness. It can be about drugs. It can be about the people of Venezuela. It can also be about making sure sanctioned oil doesn't flow around the globe. It can be about more than one thing. I'm proud to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, my friend, Mr. Mario Diaz-Balart.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, here we go again. As Chairman Massa said, there are no troops in Venezuela. Look, the only purpose of this resolution, let's be clear, is to stop the counter of narco-terrorism and drug traffickers in this hemisphere. And I know that somebody in the radical left are upset that Maduro, the head of the Cartel de los Soles, was picked up and brought to New York to stand trial. These narco-terrorists are responsible for the death of thousands of Americans every single year because of drugs. So every time the U.S. eliminates one of these drug boats, it actually saves American lives. And let's talk about what is actually going on. While there are no U.S. troops, the men and women of the armed forces, what they're doing, they've struck 35 drug boats, smuggling drugs that kill Americans. They've seized 7 oil tankers attempting to evade sanctions. So it's very simple. Let's not protect those drug dealers, those cartels. Let's protect the American people. The way to do that is to vote no on this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reserve.
Mr. Speaker. Again, my Democrat colleagues are not speaking about the words of the bill, the basic grammar. It says remove forces from hostilities. There's no forces in Venezuela. They can't just make up words. I know they like to do that. They like to say plural pronouns can be used on one person and things like that, but they can't just make up grammar. Write the bill right if you want to do it. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 5 minutes to an individual who has truly been fighting for democracy for the Venezuelan people, who want them to have the right to vote. An individual who have stood and trying to keep their TPS status so they're not forced back into the regime of Maduro. The gentlewoman from Florida, Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman, the ranking member, for yielding. I rise in support of this resolution because I simply do not trust this president to truly prioritize democracy and the will of the Venezuelan people. I represent one of the largest Venezuelan communities in the country. Many of my constituents fled brutal repression under Chavez and Maduro. Most of them were glad to see Maduro captured and face justice, and so was I. Maduro is a murderous criminal who tortured, imprisoned, impoverished, and oppressed his people. He stole elections, jailed his opponents, drained his nation's wealth, and unleashed the largest peacetime refugee crisis in history. 8 million Venezuelans driven into exile. I was glad to see Maduro held accountable, and this resolution, as my colleague who just spoke, Mr. Diaz-Balart, would clearly know, would not preclude operations like the one that arrested him. especially if the administration finally does what they should have already done: come up with a day-after plan for democracy, present a coherent strategy to Congress, and make a case to the American people. But arresting Maduro does not fix Venezuela, because Maduro did not destroy Venezuela by himself. He relied on criminal affiliates who helped him cling to power: Delcy Rodriguez, Jorge Rodriguez, Diosdado Cabello, Vladimir Padrino Lopez. All of them share in Maduro's guilt, but instead of being thrown in jail, they were left in charge. The machinery of repression was left in place, and the democratic hopes of Venezuelans are being left behind. My constituents who celebrated Maduro's capture are horrified to see President Trump normalize relations with the same regime that forced them to flee. This president must not make the U.S. complicit in the brutal repression of Venezuelans, which continues today. Yet Trump continues to jeopardize the lives of lawful Venezuelan immigrants by forcing them back into this chaos after he terminated their TPS. Trump has lavished praise on Maduro's hand-picked replacement, Delcy Rodriguez, who ran the regime's torture dungeons. Meanwhile, he's dismissed and demeaned Venezuela's democratic leaders like Maria Corina Machado and President-elect Edmundo Gonzalez. In fact, President Trump hasn't said one word about seeking democracy or human rights in Venezuela. If Congress backs military action, then democracy, stability, and safety for Venezuelans should be the objective. But those aren't President Trump's goals. He only speaks about getting a cut of the regime's oil sales and ignores their ongoing repression. I have no illusions about the dangers this regime poses. I'm open to the idea that military action may be needed to achieve democracy. And if Trump truly cared about Venezuelan democracy, he has tools at his disposal. He has broad authority to defend our national security interests. He could employ covert action, enforce vigorous sanctions, support civil society groups on democracy's front lines, and take action, as he does, against cartels and narco-terrorists. And he could use his, quote, tremendous leverage to push for elections and human rights, because this resolution doesn't block any of that. Instead, Trump is just seeking profits for the same big oil companies who've propped up Maduro for years. He moved on his own with no plan for democracy, and he swapped out one dictator for another and declared mission accomplished. My vote today isn't about the means that this president used to capture Maduro. Presidents should use the power they have to be tough on dictators who abuse their own people. But given his utter disdain for democracy and his callous disregard for the chaos and violence to which law-abiding Venezuelans are being deported, I simply cannot give this president a blank check to put troops on the ground. For all we know, Trump plans to deploy troops to protect the regime's oil facilities, not to liberate Venezuelans. I've known Maria Corina Machado for years, but this week I was finally able to meet her in person for the first time. She's remarkable, inspiring, and I have total faith in her selfless dedication to bring Venezuela out of darkness. More importantly, Venezuelans have faith in her. When we spoke, she discussed the essential momentum the democracy movement needs and the danger of allowing this lingering dictatorship to reinforce its grip on power. She told us conditions on the ground are dire, that we cannot allow the regime and the military militias to strengthen their hold on power. Maria Corina has a vision to resurrect Venezuela, and there is a U.S. role to see it through. That's why it's so disturbing that her White House meeting ended with no firm commitments, no timeline for elections, and no guarantees from President Trump. Instead of opening a pathway to democracy, this president is focused on opening offshore accounts to hoard Venezuelan oil money. So I support this resolution because of my faith in Maria Corina Machado, not in spite of it. It is rooted in my ongoing commitment to standing resolutely with Venezuelans to demand an end to this illegal regime. It is aligned with my belief that a transition to democracy led by Maria Corina Machado and Edmundo Gonzalez must take place. I hope I'm wrong about the president's motivations. Can I have an additional 30 seconds? I hope I'm wrong about the president's motivations, and he brings Congress a real strategy to transition Venezuela to democracy. I hope he was moved by Maria Corina Machado's vision, and not just her Nobel Prize. But I'm a show-me person, not a tell-me person, and so far, President Trump has shown that he's more concerned with seizing Venezuela's oil than freeing Venezuelans from dictatorship. Hasta al final. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States is now running Venezuela from Washington. On January 3rd, the President ordered a military operation to capture Nicolas Maduro and install the President's hand-picked successor, Delcy Rodriguez, as the interim president. President Trump went to war, removed a leader, and established a puppet government. The president executed this transition when the most popular opposition leader, Nobel Prize winner Maria Corina Machado, was out of the country. If he wanted to, the president could help her return to Venezuela. It's telling that he is not. Article 1 of the Constitution of the United States makes it clear that Congress has the sole authority to declare war. The president, in taking these actions without our consent, has trampled on the separation of powers and taken the American people into yet another war that they do not want and cannot afford. And people are wondering, they're asking, what was it for? Was it to remove the socialists? No, the socialists are still in power. Delcy Rodriguez is a true believer in the same ideology and party that Hugo Chavez and Nicolas Maduro championed. Was it to remove drug dealers in the hemisphere? No, the same Venezuelan government that he says is dealing drugs are still in charge because of him. So clearly, this is not about socialists and it's not about drugs. Donald Trump has said that this is about oil and enriching multi-billion-dollar companies over the will of the American people. Congress, unfortunately, has not stood up to his despotic actions. He's not listening to Congress or to the American people. He's threatened military action against Greenland, Colombia, Cuba, Mexico, and Panama. And he's threatened to keep sidestepping Congress if you will let him. At a time when Americans are struggling to pay for rent, groceries, and childcare, they don't want us to spend billions in Venezuela. They would rather we spend that money here. But somebody is getting rich. Donald Trump, can I get 30 more seconds?
I yield 30 additional seconds.
Donald Trump has set up offshore bank accounts in Qatar outside the U.S. system, and only he knows where the money is going. There is a $500 million slush fund that the president is controlling right now. You're not going to benefit from that. Now, I ask my colleagues who have not joined us, how long will you stand by and be on the sidelines of the most consequential decision a country can make, to go to war? Are we a Congress or are we cowards? Will you stand up for the American people and do what's right?
The gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
It's always laughable arguments when they try to say the president is enriching himself. Just as one example, in this case, you don't see him collecting a $50 million bounty for bringing in Nicolas Maduro, a bounty that the previous administration agreed with because he's never in it for the money. He's in it for America every single time. I would encourage them, talk to their colleague, Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ask her if things are better or worse for Venezuelans today than they were under Maduro. In that, I'm going to yield 2 minutes to another gentleman from Florida, Mr. Fine.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time. My friend, the chairman, referred to stupidity in debating this bill. I'd like to talk about hypocrisy and illiteracy. 10 days before Joe Biden left office, he raised the bounty on Nicolas Maduro to $25 million. Now, I don't know if my Democrat colleagues thought he would go, wow, $25 million. Maybe I should just turn myself in. But I'd like to believe that when they put that bounty out there, they actually believed he should be removed from office. There's an old Twitter post from President Biden that said, quote, Trump talks tough on Venezuela, but admires thugs and dictators like Nicolas Maduro, end quote. Well, guess what, Mr. Speaker? I think President Trump showed in actions, not words, that he was determined to remove a drug lord. And that is what Nicolas Maduro was from power. You know, the president doesn't have to let us know every time they go and arrest somebody who's broken the law. That's exactly what happened here. But now I want to talk about illiteracy. My friend, the chairman's talk about people not understanding what's in the bill. And before I got to Congress, I used to complain about really long bills that no one read before they voted on them. Well, this one's 6 lines long. And it doesn't talk about things like my colleague spoke about, like escalation. This bill deals with escalation. That's not what it does. It's 6 lines, and 2 of them say this. Congress hereby directs the president to remove United States armed forces from Venezuela. There aren't any there. So they propose to have us vote on something that is irrelevant because the action they want to stop is not taking place. There's no war there now. I think what my colleagues are shell-shocked because after all of these years of empty comments condemning Maduro, empty statements by them, empty statements by Joe Biden, talking about how bad a man he was, we finally have a president who actually went and did something about it. That's what President Trump did. We should be proud. We should be thanking. We should be supporting him for what
Gentleman's
he did.
time has expired.
And we should be voting down this resolution. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I just wonder what kind of man, when a woman earned the Nobel Peace Prize, Corina Machado, said that he wanted it. And her trying to fight for democracy came in, and he took it. He didn't earn it. What kind of man does that? I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Representative Jimmy Panetta.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. The military intervention in Venezuela left us with uncertainty, instability, and insecurity. Look, as a veteran, I commend the military operation to remove Maduro on January 3rd. But as an American, it left uncertainty for the day after. By replacing one despot with another, we're uncertain as to the government, to the oil, to the cartels, and to the future of democracy in Venezuela. This type of military adventurism can also create instability, not just in Venezuela, but in the region, and that creates insecurity for the United States. As we saw this week about Greenland, the president wants spheres of influence rather than stability from a rules-based order. Instead of standing up to China and Russia, the president just wants to impress them by acting like them rather than being better than them. That's what happens when we have a president that doesn't just want his own sphere of influence, he wants his own sphere of governance, especially when it comes to putting boots on the ground. This War Powers resolution would not only prevent that in Venezuela without further congressional approval, it would also demonstrate that this Congress can actually act like a co-equal branch of government and fulfill our responsibilities under the United States Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I yield
recognized.
3 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this War Powers resolution because the integrity of this institution is at question. Every member of this House has a duty to uphold the Constitution's systems of checks and balances by exercising its Article I powers entrusted to us. The executive's military exercise to capture the leader of Venezuela represents one of the most blatant usurpations of congressional authority we have seen in modern times. If we ignore it, we are not merely acquiescing to executive overreach, we are rendering impotent our branch of government. Thomas Paine said in 1776, "A long habit of not thinking a thing wrong gives it a superficial appearance of being right." Some of my Republican colleagues may feel obligated to acquiesce because it's our party occupying the White House. It's our party who is the commander-in-chief. But the precedents we tolerate today will inevitably be used against us tomorrow when the reins of power change hands. That's precisely why our loyalty must be to the Constitution and not to any party. If our country wants war, then Congress must vote on it. We are the voice of the people. There's a reason so many of our offices bear a prisoner of war missing in action flag. It's a solemn reminder of the human cost of war and our obligation, not the obligation of a single executive or a private circle of special interests to decide when to go to war. Even the executive branch knows that Congress had the authority, not them. Do you remember the night of the invasion? It was the Attorney General who explained this was just a law enforcement action, that the military was merely assisting. And that's the problem we have, because then it became obvious that we were undertaking a military exercise. And if the unilateral use of force were not enough, the executive has compounded this abuse by seizing Venezuela's oil revenues, selling them, and depositing that money in U.S. Treasury-controlled accounts overseas. So now the executive presumes the authority to appropriate money. That's a direct violation of the U.S. Constitution. Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7 of the Constitution is unambiguous. No money shall be drawn from the Treasury but in consequence of appropriations made by law. There was no law, there has been no law to appropriate this money that was seized in an act of war. If we allow allow an executive to seize foreign resources and direct spending from pillaged accounts without congressional authorization, people no longer have a voice in their government, and Congress's power of the purse becomes moot. If the executive believes war is justified, then let Congress declare it. If the executive believes foreign assets may be seized and spent and appropriated, then let Congress appropriate them. That is how a republic functions. And I yield back my time to the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
My colleagues still not talking about the 6 lines of the bill that says remove forces from Venezuela. They're not talking about it because there are no forces in Venezuela. I'm very proud to yield another 2 minutes to the gentleman, also from Florida, Mr. Stubbe.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this resolution because it's nothing more than a weak and pointless attempt to attack our president and undermine our national security. We conducted a 40-minute operation to remove a drug-trafficking narco-terrorist, and Democrats are acting like we started World War III. For that brief, targeted action, they now insist Congress must step in and tie the president's hands. Let us be clear about how ridiculous this resolution truly is. It orders the United States to withdraw forces from Venezuela, yet there are no U.S. forces in Venezuela to withdraw. You cannot remove troops that don't even exist. That alone shows how unserious Democrats are in this effort. They also claim the act to remove Maduro was unconstitutional, which ignores Article 2 and decades of bipartisan precedent where presidents have undertaken limited military action without a declaration of war. Clinton acted in Kosovo, Obama acted in Libya, and most similarly, George H.W. Bush captured drug trafficker Manuel Noriega back in 1990. No one screamed constitutional crisis then. In fact, those acts were celebrated by both sides, and they were upheld by federal courts. The bottom line is that Nicolas Maduro is a criminal defendant charged by the United States Department of Justice with narco-terrorism and drug trafficking offenses, including conspiring to import cocaine into the United States and related weapon charges. He has run his regime like a cartel, flooding our country with poison and destroying American lives. This was not an act of war, it was an act of law enforcement. This resolution does nothing to protect the Constitution, nothing to make America safer, and nothing to stop the drugs killing our communities. It should be rejected. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is
Mr.
recognized.
Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Oil over democracy. Trump has made clear his priorities, accepting ruthless suppression by Maduro's comrades, so long as the oil profits flow to him as the self-described acting president of Venezuela. With one major oil company describing the country as uninvestable, Trump has absolutely no winning strategy to secure any benefits for the American people. He doesn't just want to be king of America, he wants to be king of the universe. He wants to be a Putin or a Xi disrupting the global order that bipartisan American leaders made possible to prevent another world war. Imperialism, starting wars around the world wherever Trump's latest whim takes him, will not make America great again. It will make us much less safe. To found this country, Americans got rid of one despotic king. We don't need another one. Instead, we must demand an accountable president by adopting this important resolution and asserting the power of Congress. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I would just remind my colleague that President Trump has yet to start any war in either administration. His fight every day is protect the American homeland, protect the people of the United States of America, and he's done a damn good job. I reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'm no further. I reserve. I'm ready to close whenever.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Same here, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves.
So I'm recognized. I go first, right?
Gentleman from
Okay.
Massachusetts is recognized for closure.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I have still not gotten an answer to the only question that matters today. You know, why did we strike Venezuela, spending taxpayer money and putting American troops in harm's way to replace Maduro with his own vice president. I mean, someone who is an illegitimate ruler who is just as ruthless and evil as Maduro. I don't know why we did that. What was the point? Not a single one of my colleagues can answer that question because they have no answer. They know, but they know voting for this bill is right. And if people want to put our troops in harm's way, if they genuinely believe more military action may be necessary in the future, if that's what you believe, whether to defend oil fields or to do something else, then you should come. You shouldn't just pound the damn lectern and wave the flag. You need to come before this entire chamber and move a bill to authorize the use of military force. My friends should have the guts and the backbone to put up an authorization for the use of military force on the floor. Spell out the mission. Spell out the objectives. Tell the American people how long it lasts, what it costs, why it matters, and how we get a legitimate democratic government in Venezuela. I mean, have the guts to vote. That's all this bill is requiring. But don't give me this BS about how, oh, before the strikes it was premature to vote and now it's too late. I've seen this movie before, Mr. Speaker. It always starts with the White House telling us it'll be quick, it'll be clean, it'll be over in a matter of days, and then months later, years later, you get troops deployed, you get kids coming home in caskets, and you get taxpayers paying for endless quagmires that never end. And the same people are here on the floor telling us we're premature or crying wolf are suddenly nowhere to be found. I mean, that's the truth, Mr. Speaker. Wars are easy to start, but they're hard as hell to stop. And this resolution ought to pass, no matter what you believe about further military involvement in Venezuela. And what it says plainly is that if the president is contemplating further military action, then he has a moral and a constitutional obligation to come here and get our approval. The people we represent did not send us here to be potted plants while the White House sleepwalks us into another mess. If this administration wants to escalate, make this case to the American people. Get consent through their elected representatives. Follow the Constitution. And let me tell you what I think. I think this was all so that Donald Trump could get a good headline. I think it was so he could distract from the lousy economy and the fact that he's still covering up the Epstein files. And I think it's about theft, because the oil being taken from the people of Venezuela is being sold off and used to finance a slush fund in Qatar controlled by, you guess it, Donald Trump. But I don't think I've ever seen such a brazen example of corruption in my life. The President of the United States put American troops in harm's way so he could steal oil from Venezuela and deposit it into his own pocket. I think it's a disgraceful thing to do. It is time for my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to grow a spine, obey their oath, and do their damn jobs. You should vote yes on this resolution, whether you support President Trump's actions or you disagree with them. All this says is simply that if he wants to expand military operations, he has to come to Congress. It is that simple. It is not complicated. This is about the Constitution. This is about our oath. This is about representing the people who sent us here. I mean, to do anything less is a dereliction of our duty. I can't even believe that this is controversial. The idea that somehow we don't want to vote on whether to authorize the use of military force, whether it's in Venezuela or anywhere else. What is wrong with my colleagues who think this is such a big leap, that this is somehow not justified? Read the Constitution. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, last time I was on this floor, I had a question. And I still have that same question. And I heard members on the other side talk about the president's trying to protect the American people. In fact, I heard someone, and I understand why Nicolas Maduro was indicted. I'm going to ask the chairman again. I don't know whether he wants to answer this question, but if that's true, why did the President of the United States pardon a former leader of Honduras, former president, who was convicted of drug trafficking, who bragged about shoving drugs up the noses of the gringos? Why did the President of the United States pardon him?
You yielding me time?
Yeah, you can answer that question.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
President never explained it to me. Maybe he was just trying to make room for Maduro and his wife.
Okay, that's funny. It's because he does not care. It never was about drugs. It was always about oil. That's why. He doesn't care. That's why he took the Nobel Peace Prize from someone else who earned it. He doesn't care. He cares about one person, himself, and enriching his family and his friends. Mr. Speaker, this War Powers resolution introduced by Representative McGovern would put an immediate end to this administration's reckless military interventions in Venezuela. We cannot allow the Constitution to be usurped by one president who believes he can unilaterally declare war, invade a sovereign nation, and buck the rules-based international system we helped build. If the House fails to check President Trump's aggression today, it will not end in Venezuela. I know the White House is paying close attention to this vote. And if we don't stand now and reassert our Article I power over matters of war and peace, we will have abdicated one of our most solemn responsibilities and reduce ourselves to a rubber stamp and become no better than the Duma in Russia. Our constituents sent us here to deliver on lowering their costs, not sit on our hands while the president keeps doing what he pleases. And with that, let us make sure that we pass this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me answer some of the questions that my colleagues put up. Why did President Trump take Maduro? To protect the homeland of the United States of America, as he has done with action after action after action. The same reason that two presidents put a warrant, a bounty on Nicolas Maduro, not just President Trump, also President Biden. That's why Nicolas Maduro was snatched up, because of his poisoning of the people of the United States of America. Again, something can be true and also be true about another action and another action and another action. It was because of the bounty. It was because of the warrant. It was because of the drugs that he was bringing to the United States of America. It was because of his partnership with China, Iran, Russia, to be their foothold in the Western Hemisphere for their nefarious activities. It was because of the illegal shipments of oil that they were moving on Russian ships to China that were coming out of Venezuela. It was because of a lot of things that this took place. And does the president have a plan for the future? 100% he does. Free and fair elections. Freedom for the people of Venezuela. Ask the people of Venezuela if that's what they want. Ask the people of Venezuela if they're better today than they were before President Trump snatched up Maduro. They'll tell you they are. They're more free today, and they're hoping for more and more freedom each and every day. President Trump has brought hope to our homeland by protecting this homeland that has been ignored for so long, and he's brought hope to so many others around the globe. The people of Venezuela, people across the Middle East, people across Europe, people in place after place because of his actions. He is the peace president. He's proven it over and over again. He has never been the president of forever wars. He's yet to create one. He's only worked in limited operations that protect the homeland of the United States of America and done the best job of it in the history of the United States of America. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to the order of the House of January 21st, 2026, the previous question is ordered on the concurrent resolution. The question is on the adoption of the concurrent resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In my opinion, the noes have it. The concurrent resolution is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. How are things? Doing all right? Doing all right? Good. You ready for the snow? Somebody was saying that you folks around. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1009, I call up H.R. 6359 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 382, H.R. 6359, a bill to require institutions of higher education to disseminate information on the rights of and accommodations and resources for pregnant students and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1009, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and Workforce printed in the bill is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Workforce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 6359.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Pregnant Students' Rights Act, legislation that affirms a simple but powerful principle. Expecting mothers should be encouraged to pursue their education like any other student. Pregnant students often receive incorrect guidance or no guidance at all on how to navigate classes while pregnant. In many cases, women feel pressured to end their pregnancies or risk academic failure despite protections that exist now under federal law. The Pregnant Students' Rights Act requires schools to clearly communicate what accommodations and protections pregnant and parenting students are entitled to. That includes excused absences for medical needs, the ability to make up missed work, and protection from discrimination and retaliation. More specifically, this bill requires information to be emailed to students at least once each academic year and appear in student handbooks, at orientation, at student health or counseling centers, and on the institution's website. When students know their rights, they are empowered to stay enrolled, stay engaged, and succeed. This legislation doesn't burden colleges. It simply increases transparency by helping schools communicate consistently and avoid confusion or unnecessary disputes. This is a common-sense, compassionate measure that promotes transparency and ensures pregnant students have the support they need to create a better future for themselves and their child. Mr. Speaker, let's cherish life for both the child and his or her mother who dreams of academic success. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the Pregnant Students' Rights Act and stand up for the dignity, opportunity, and educational success of every student. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 6359, the Pregnant Students' Rights Act. This bill requires schools to provide pregnant students with information about on-campus and community resources and accommodations to assist them in carrying a baby to term while they pursue an education. Unfortunately, instead of sharing unbiased and comprehensive information, this bill requires schools to distribute only partial information about a student's rights under Title IX and selective information and resources that solely encourage students to carry a pregnancy to term. It provides no information about rights and accommodations for students who may find themselves in a medical situation that requires an abortion. Now, repeating the idea that comprehensive information must be provided does not make it true. Title IX entitles the students to the information, but this bill only requires some of that information to be provided. Now, while the bill's proponents continue to assert that students are unaware of their rights, they provide no justification or evidence that students are any more or less aware of their rights or accommodations specific to carrying a child to term. If we're concerned about students who do not have a full understanding of their rights, then we should provide comprehensive all of the information necessary to address their concerns. By shielding students from health information, resources, and rights that are available to them, Republicans are denying them the ability to choose what may be best for them and their families. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have to go back to the same argument that we had in committee. We don't prohibit schools from giving a full panoply of information. Our concern is that they haven't been. Pregnant students have been left without full information that comes and is by law required under Title IX on all aspects of medical care, of counseling, of opportunity. But sadly, that's been left out as far as saying, if you are pregnant and you want to continue as pregnant in this school, we're going to support you in that. Title IX gives all of the information. We're not going to be redundant. We're just making sure that you also include, young lady, if you're pregnant and you want to continue in school, we're going to do our best to help you and provide all the resources. I just wish we could catch hold of this. And so I'm pleased to yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Iowa, the sponsor of this common sense, compassionate, and helpful bill, Ms. Hinson.
Gentlelady from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the chairman for yielding and his excellent work in shepherding this bill through the Education and Workforce Committee. I rise today to support my bill, the Pregnant Students' Rights Act. This is a common sense piece of legislation because when Roe versus Wade was rightfully overturned in 2022, the next chapter of the pro-life movement began. We were all given the opportunity to help strengthen our support for unborn babies and for new moms. As a mom of two, this issue is personal for me because I know that when you're pregnant, there are about 1 million questions that are going through your head at any given time. You've got the doctor's appointments, you've got new financial responsibilities, and pregnant students have so much on their plate as they're working to balance school and have a healthy pregnancy at the same time. So I think it's just unacceptable that so often they choose between finishing their education and having their baby despite the Title IX protections that are already in place. So under Title IX, pregnant students have the right to stay in school and finish their education and achieve their career goals. However, the academic disparity does exist because of limited resources and sometimes support for pregnant students. These women may fear institutional reprisal, loss of an athletic scholarship, or even negative impacts on their academic opportunities and their standing. So those fears and anxieties are not just unjust to women, but they are a poor reflection of how our higher education institutes are treating pregnant students. Higher education institutions and universities have a responsibility to empower all their students, all of them, to succeed, including pregnant students. They deserve to be treated with respect and surrounded with care and love. And that's what this piece of legislation is designed to do. I have visited pregnancy resource centers in Iowa and met with so many of those who have dedicated their cause to life, many of whom have traveled right here to Washington, D.C. for the March for Life this weekend, maybe a snowy March for Life this weekend. And it has been inspiring to me to see all of the pro-life community spring into action to really help our expecting mothers and their babies to thrive. Because that is what this movement is all about. It's about recognizing the sanctity of every life and valuing life at every stage. It is crucial that pregnant women know that they have people standing behind them, resources available to them, and that they are entitled to these accommodations on campuses. Completing an education as a mother is not only empowering for the student, but this is vital to ensuring a strong future for her child, for our next generation. So the Pregnant Students' Rights Act amends the Higher Education Act to require our colleges and universities to clearly distribute information about pregnant students' rights and available resources through student handbooks, emails, websites, orientations, while promoting accountability when those rights are violated for our students. And it's troubling that some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are so dug in on their pro-abortion stances and agenda that they would oppose providing pregnant students with information on their rights and resources available to them to continue their education and have a healthy pregnancy. Supporting women who choose life should not be a partisan issue. Every woman who completes her studies while pregnant strengthens our families, our communities, and our workforce. So I hope my colleagues across the aisle will help to vote to empower pregnant women and support this vital, life-affirming legislation. This bill is a step in the right direction to creating a culture of life in our society, and a step that we must take as we continue to pursue policies that help our families to grow and thrive from Iowa and beyond across the country. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman leader from Iowa reserves. Gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Macbeth.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much to the ranking member of the Education and Workforce Committee, Mr. Bobby Scott. Thank you. Like so many women across the country, I struggled for so many years to get pregnant. My husband and I, we tried everything that we could do to start a family of our own. So being a mom for me was what I always wanted to do, and I wanted to be the best mom that I could be. When we finally succeeded, I remember that I had never really been so happy. All the prayers I prayed to God, I finally felt like my prayers were answered. The moment I prayed for years was happening, and I wanted to tell everyone that I was going to be a mom. But one day, I woke up covered in blood. It's hard to describe the agony of a miscarriage, to describe the heartbreak, the utter helplessness. And you fall directly into pain and despair. After my second miscarriage, I wondered if God ever had plans for me to be a mom. So when I got pregnant a third time, I was completely overjoyed. But at 4 months, I was rushed to the hospital where I learned I had suffered a fetal demise. That means a stillborn. My doctors thought it would be safer to end the pregnancy naturally, so for 2 weeks, I carried my stillborn child within my womb, within my belly. For 2 weeks, I carried that lost pregnancy. 2 weeks, I carried my dead fetus as they waited for me to go into labor. I never ended up going into labor on my own. And when the doctors finally induced me, I faced the pain of childbirth without the hope for a living child. This story is uniquely mine, but it's not just my story. Millions of women in our country, women in this room, women all throughout America, women that you, people here, you actually know and you love them, have suffered a miscarriage or stillbirth. Congress should be making sure that women are aware of all of their rights, not just cherry-picking the ones that we want to highlight over others to make a point about abortion. So, for the women in your life whose stories that you don't even know, for the women across the country whose lives you may not even understand the choices and the environments that they live in.
I yield an additional minute.
Gentlelady is recognized.
And for the women in America who have gone through things some people can never even imagine, I ask my colleagues to vote no on this misguided bill. It's not that we're not trying to empower women who are making choices during their pregnancy. That's not at all. But let's make sure that they are empowered with every tool and every resource and every bit of information they deserve to make the choices they need to make about their lives, their bodies, and their pregnancies. This body should not be determining what decisions they make for themselves. We talk about God. God gives us choice. God gives us choice to make the decisions that we believe are best for ourselves. We have no right to take those choices away from them. So I'm asking every colleague on the other side of the aisle, I've been there. I've had to make choices. So let's do the right thing and make sure that every woman has the full breadth of the ability to make the choices that she needs to make. And I yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my dear friend and colleague from Georgia, as you've discussed that tragic story with me before, my heart does break. But having experienced that in my own personal family as well, I understand what you're saying. I'm just not capable, I guess, of communicating that this bill is affording all the questions to be answered, all of the issues to be addressed, but also to give pregnant women who are blessed to be able to continue caring to completion the opportunity to also know that their academic opportunity will continue as well. That's all we're attempting to do. So my heart breaks with that story, but my heart also says we want to make sure, and that's why I appreciate Representative Hinson's bill, that it expands the opportunity and information that's given. And so now I yield, I'm privileged to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Illinois, chair of the Congressional Family Caucus, also a member of the Education Workforce Committee, Ms. Miller.
Gentlelady from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 6359, the Pregnant Students' Rights Act. College can be a challenging environment, especially for pregnant women. Many feel forced to choose of all abortions in the United States are performed on women in college. Title IX already protects the right of pregnant women to stay in school. However, many of them face a lack of resources and support. Some even fear punishment and a loss of scholarships simply for carrying their baby to full term while taking classes. The Pregnant Students' Rights Act requires colleges and universities to inform pregnant women of their rights and protections. This includes information on modified class schedules or excused absences. This bill also requires universities to inform pregnant women how to file a complaint with the Department of Education if their Title IX protections are violated. Let me be clear, no woman should ever have to choose between finishing her education or experiencing the joy of motherhood. And while to my colleague on the other side, I have had a similar situation also, but I do want to thank her for acknowledging that the life within her was a baby. Women are fully capable of raising children and getting an education at the same time. I know because I did it. Thank you to Congresswoman Hinson for your leadership of the Pregnant Students' Rights Act, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington State, Ms. Randall.
Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Scott. I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 6359, a bill that claims to protect pregnant students, but actually mandates they get less, not more, information about their rights. If the sponsor of this bill and the majority party actually believed in supporting student parents, then they would take real action, not just grandstand on the House floor because the March for Life is this weekend. The bill before us today requires the dissemination of incomplete information, but it also comes after House Republicans have worked alongside the Trump regime to dismantle and weaken the Department of Education and protections for students who file complaints around Title IX violations, among other things. That has dismantled subsidized loan programs and financial aid, that has decimated Medicaid, the #1 payer for births in this country, in order to pay for tax breaks for the ultra-wealthy and fund ICE's violent reign in our communities. If we believed in supporting student parents, we would put more money into childcare subsidies, more money into financial aid, more money into food assistance, so that the women in college, the people who are students, who get pregnant, who have a tough decision to make, would have all of the resources and support they need to make the decision that is right for them. It's not our job to tell a student what decision is right for them. It's not our job to tell any high school graduate that they need to go to college, right? I hear Republicans say that all the time. I tend to agree. I believe that students deserve all the options and all the support to make the choice that is right for them. But mandating incomplete information while gutting the programs that would allow a pregnant student to choose to stay pregnant, to choose to complete school, is a fallacy. It is political theater, and it is doing a disservice to the students we are purporting to support. I have had a chance to work with a lot of students who have become pregnant, both from like the time I was in junior high when a friend of mine had a pregnancy scare, to a time when I was in college, to being a volunteer in the Bay Area where I was on a rapid response line in case someone needed to take a bus 3.5 hours from their college campus into the city because that's the only place that they could access either maternity care or OBGYN care or access abortion care. Because we have not funded healthcare in rural communities across the country, because we have gutted programs that provide actual support for pregnant people. This is a joke. Let's make sure they get an email with all the information. It is unserious. And for that, I urge all of my colleagues to vote no on this bill and to take serious action to support students, pregnant or not. Thank you.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to make a few factual comments in response. I think also provide some information relative to my colleagues' previous comments. Republicans just passed working families tax cuts, which gave American families the largest tax cut in American history. Under the bill, the typical family will get up to $10,900 in additional take-home pay. Households earning less than $100,000 will get a 12% tax cut compared to July 2025. And equally as important, if not more so, the child tax credit will double to $2,200 for more than 40 million American families. That is taking consideration the children that come from pregnancy, that are born. We're not leaving them without resources. The Working Families Tax Cuts promotes life by putting hardworking families first, ensuring they keep their hard-earned money in their pockets for their necessary uses. And with that, I reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. First, to suggest that big, ugly bill gave tax cuts primarily to the wealthy, but in the meanwhile cut health care and Medicaid, SNAP benefits, and ran up trillions of dollars in additional debt. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to submit a letter from over 50 organizations representing civil rights, labor organizations, youth advocates, women's rights, reproductive rights, and others. It says in part, the Pregnant Students' Rights Act is a They describe it as a thinly veiled anti-abortion law that would not address key barriers to pregnant students' educational attainment, but would instead further shame and stigmatize people for their pregnancy outcomes. They further say that this bill purports to protect the rights of pregnant students and falls far short of the protections that are actually necessary for pregnant and parenting students and their children. It points out that if you really want to be serious, there are some things we could actually do to support the students. One, like explicit protections under Title IX, non-discrimination protections at the state and local level, accessible and affordable child care, access to early childhood education and pre-kindergarten services, transportation services, and others who would actually make a difference. Mr. Speaker, we have constantly heard that they are providing comprehensive information and not amending Title IX. Fact is, Title IX does have comprehensive rights that are listed under Title IX that are comprehensive. This bill, however, only requires partial information about those rights. When only partial information is given, that could have fatal consequences to women. Tragically, women have died because of anti-abortion legislation that have passed in some states that require women to be close to death before they can have what could have been earlier a safe abortion. If they mistime it and get closer to death than they thought, many have actually died in those circumstances. Legislators voted for those laws. We have to note that we should not allow colleges to withhold information that could save women's lives. So I would hope that this bill would not pass under that situation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Without objection, the information requested will be entered into the record, and the gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida, or gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like consent to enter a list of significant pro-family, pro-life, medical community members, family research members, and students for the record in support of the Pregnant Students' Rights Act.
Without objection.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member Scott, for your leadership and for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I oppose this bill because, among other reasons, the information that is required, it's incomplete and it's biased. As written, the Pregnant Students' Rights Act is unfairly limited regarding the information it requires colleges to provide to students and the students it chooses to support. It does not include information about comprehensive family planning resources, and it only supports pregnant students who carry a baby to term. Simply put, the bill fails to support any student with a different pregnancy-related outcome. I, like my colleague from Georgia, had a wanted pregnancy. I was past the first trimester when I had an ultrasound, and the doctor said, this is not viable, not a viable pregnancy. So they sent me to the hospital to have a procedure. Now, my colleagues might think that's terrible, but had I been in a post-Dobbs world or state where that wasn't possible, I could have just been made to wait and risk my reproductive health. I went on to have 2 healthy children because I had that procedure. The intent of this bill is clear, Mr. Speaker. It's clear from the text, it's clear from the debate, and it's certainly clear from the timing. It is another attempt to have politicians interfere in the intensely personal decision of when and whether to have a child, a decision that should be made only by the pregnant student, not by members of Congress. In the wake of Dobbs, many states have prohibited or tried to prohibit healthcare providers and health plans from offering or covering certain reproductive healthcare services. These anti-abortion efforts have disproportionately harmed some students whose access to services and information are affected by their geographical barriers, depending on where they are in college. Pregnant and parenting students deserve access to a full range of family planning resources and reproductive health care options that keep them healthy and on track for academic success, regardless of where they go to college. And for this reason, Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to the committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would make clear that institutions of higher education will also provide medically accurate and comprehensive information and resources about all reproductive health care services, including contraception and abortion rights. The biased anti-choice effort underpinning this bill will make it harder for students to make informed decisions about what is best for them. Promoting partisan legislation that fails to address the full healthcare needs of students does not promote academic success. Again, Mr. Speaker, this is a decision that belongs to the pregnant student, not to members of Congress. So I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment.
Without objection.
And I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman for Virginia reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I'm prepared to close, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman for Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, state abortion bans have undermined health care for pregnant women, causing women to experience life-threatening health conditions and complications, with some women tragically losing their lives because of laws that legislators voted for. Now, House Republicans are going to make things worse by limiting students' access to information about available resources, including information about their right to receive accommodations and protections under federal civil rights laws available to pregnant or parenting students on college campuses. Women should have access to all relevant information so they can make informed decisions about their future. Requiring schools to provide only some information that encourages students to carry a pregnancy to term, this bill could unduly endanger students' health by keeping them in the dark about their rights and resources available to them. Now, the supporters keep saying that they are not amending Title IX, which entitles students to all of this information. They keep ignoring the fact that this bill only requires that some, not all, of that important information be provided. Repeating the misrepresentation does not make it true. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to oppose the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, I'd like to reemphasize that this bill is about ensuring pregnant students know the rights given to them under Title IX, which cover all of the concerns that my colleagues, with all due respect, on the other side of the aisle say they want included. Title IX includes all of that. We want students to know the rights given to them under Title IX without creating excessive regulations or requirements for colleges and universities. Despite what some of my colleagues have said today, the Pregnant Students' Rights Act doesn't promote a certain viewpoint or ideology. It simply affirms a basic principle, and that principle is pregnant students deserve to know their rights when pursuing an education. I don't believe that to be too radical, Mr. Speaker, and I don't believe the American people do either. In fact, for years, many of my Democrat colleagues acknowledged that abortion is a serious and difficult decision and supported efforts to ensure women were not forced into it by a lack of resources or support. They joined in passing legislation to help women who choose to continue their pregnancies. Yet today, some of those efforts are being undermined unless amendments that explicitly promote abortion are included. It's deeply disappointing that some of my Democrat colleagues have chosen to turn this straightforward transparency bill into an abortion debate, implying that support for pregnant students is contingent on including pro-abortion provisions. Why must an innocent baby ever be seen as an enemy or obstacle to success? This bill also does not provide medical advice or dictate what specific resources colleges and universities may list. For that reason, I would encourage those who oppose this legislation on those grounds to carefully reread the bill's plain language. We all know that when individuals know their rights, they're able to make informed decisions that are best for them and their families and their futures. This is why I urge all my colleagues to vote yes. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1009, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to require institutions of higher education to disseminate information on the rights of and accommodations and resources for pregnant students and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Bonamici of Oregon moves to recommit the bill, H.R. 6359, to the Committee on Education and Workforce.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 7147, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7147, a bill making further consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 220 and the nays are 207. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Judge, bring the House forward. Yeah, go ahead and bring him up. Pursuant to House Resolution 1014 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 7148. Will the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Fine, kindly take the chair?
No gavel. The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 7148, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 7148, a bill making further consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, Amendment Number 2, printed in Part B of House Report 119-462, offered by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part B of House Report 119-462, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment Number 1 by Mr. Massey of Kentucky, Amendment Number 2 by Mr. Norman of South Carolina. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 1, printed in Part B of House Report 119-462, offered by the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment Number 1, printed in Part B of House Report Number 119-462, offered by Mr. Massey of Kentucky.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 164 and the nays are 268. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 2, printed in Part B of House Report 119-462, offered by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part B of House Report number 119-462, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 136 and nays are 291. The amendment is not adopted. There being no further amendments, under the roll, the committee rises.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House and the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 7148 pursuant to House Resolution 1014. I report the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 7148 and pursuant to House Resolution 1014 reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill making further consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes.
The questions on passage of the bill. Under Clause 10 of Rule 20, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 5-minute vote on passage of H.R. 7148 will be followed by 2-minute votes on the motion to recommit H.R. 6359, passage of H.R. 6359 if ordered, and adoption of House Concurrent Resolution 68. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 341 and the nays are 88. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
What are we doing? To Clause A to Rule 20. The unfinished business is question on agreeing to the motion to recommend on H.R. 6359 offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Michi, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 6359 offered by Ms. Bonamici of Oregon.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 216. The motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the
Ask for the ayes and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those in favor of the vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number of having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. Vote. The yeas are 217, the nays are 211. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is to vote on the adoption of a House concurrent Resolution 68 on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 68, concurrent resolution to direct the removal of United States Armed Forces from Venezuela that have not been authorized by Congress.
The question is on the adoption of the concurrent resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 215. The concurrent resolution is not adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Thank you. Got to move this up a little bit. How are you? Nice to see you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I send to the desk a resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
Clerk will report the title.
House Resolution 1016, resolution directing the Clerk of the House of Representatives to make a correction in the engrossment of H.R. 7147.
Is there objection to the consideration of the resolution? Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Okay. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., January 22, 2026. I hereby designate the period from Thursday, January 22, 2026 through Sunday, February 1, 2026 as a district work period under Clause 13 of Rule 1. Signed sincerely, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate two families that were awarded Century Farm status at the Pennsylvania Farm Show last week. Agriculture has a long history in the Commonwealth and has been one of the state's first industries. For the prosperity of the state, it's important to preserve these farms and pass them to the next generation. Pennsylvania leads the nation in the number of preserved farms, and the Century and Bicentennial Farm programs recognize the commitment and hard work that these families have endured to keep their farms in production. This year, two families from Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District were presented with Century Farm status. Jeremiah Keck, a resident of DuBois family farm, dates back to 1860. Their farm and barn were built in 1931 and still used, and some historical photos of their farm are preserved in the Library of Congress. Their farm is one of 40 Century farms in Clearfield County. Scott and Cheryl Kenter from Smicksburg have farmed almost 100 acres of land since 1867. Indiana County has 56 Century farms. Mr. Speaker, I thank these families for their hard work and their dedication to the agriculture industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate my neighbor Helen Moraga's 100th birthday. Helen graduated in 1945 from Santa Ana High School. After graduating, she played shortstop in an all-female professional baseball team in Orange County. Later, Helen married Frank Gomez Moraga, a fellow Orange County resident, and they raised their 3 sons in the same neighborhood they grew up. Helen and Frank were married for 60 years and shared 12 grandchildren and 11 great-grandchildren. At 100 years young, Helen loves reading, gardening, and spending time with her friends and family. Helen, happy birthday. Go Saints. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on the 43rd anniversary of the devastating Roe v. Wade Supreme Court decision. For nearly 50 years, Roe distorted our Constitution and did great harm to our nation. The decision was not rooted in the text of the Constitution. Instead, the court invented a constitutional right grounded in a vague, undefined concept of privacy that the court itself struggled to explain. Roe silenced voters, sidelined legislatures, and eroded respect for the judiciary by turning judges into policymakers. Worst of all, it cost millions of innocent lives. In overturning Roe, the Supreme Court rightly corrected a grave legal error and returned authority to the states where it belongs. That restoration of constitutional order was long overdue. And I also bid hello and welcome to my friends from the Center for Arizona Policy who are in the gallery tonight. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Ms. Terry Dennison as she retires from an outstanding career as the Georgia District Director of the Small Business Administration. Since 2002, Terry has been a steadfast advocate for small businesses and entrepreneurs, ensuring that they have the resources and guidance needed to grow and succeed. Terry's leadership was especially vital during times of economic uncertainty. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, she was instrumental in helping Georgia's small business navigate unprecedented challenges. Terry worked tirelessly to connect business owners with relief programs, which provided stability and hope in the midst of crisis. I offer my deepest gratitude to Terry for her devotion to Georgia's entrepreneurial community and celebrate her extraordinary accomplishments in service to this country. Through the years, she has always been willing to serve the people of Georgia, and I have enjoyed working with her through many events for small business stakeholders in my district. On behalf of my office, Georgia's 6th Congressional District, and the United States House of Representatives, congratulations and best wishes on your retirement, Terry.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Oliver Ali Jenkins, a proud Bronx native whose presence left a lasting mark on his family and community. Born and raised in the Bronx, Ali came from a close-knit, hardworking family whose small businesses were fixtures in their neighborhood. Those values stayed with him throughout his life. In 1971, Ali answered the call to serve our country, enlisting in the United States Army and serving honorably, including time stationed in Germany. Like too many veterans, he later carried the invisible wounds of service, facing PTSD with courage and the steadfast support of those who loved him. Ali was gentle, kind, and unforgettable, known for his laugh, his jokes, his love of karate and Bruce Lee, and for proudly representing the Bronx everywhere he went. He was a devoted father and grandfather, a loyal brother, uncle, and neighbor, and a familiar, beloved presence in our community. He leaves behind a family who cherished him deeply, especially his daughter Colby, and a legacy built in love, perseverance, and deep faith. May his memory be a blessing to all who knew him. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to recognize the Remedy Church and its congregation as Ohio's 13th Congressional District's Champion of the Week. This past weekend marked a significant milestone as the Remedy Church celebrated 5 years of faithful service to God and community. Under the leadership of Pastor Deontay Lavender and Pastor Arnalisa Lavender, affectionately known as Pastor Lav and Pastor Lisa, the Remedy Church is dedicated to welcoming everyone from our community with open arms. Guided by the motto, love Christ, love people, build community, and the mission to teach Christ boldly, love our city deeply, and build lasting and strategic partnerships that transforms lives. The reach goes beyond Earlier this year, the Remedy Church moved to downtown Akron, further establishing themselves into the greater Akron faith community. Their reach goes beyond the church doors as they have fed thousands, housed hundreds, and ministered in prisons and throughout the community. My husband Kevin and I recently had the pleasure of attending a service at the Remedy Church, which was also their 5th anniversary, and we were moved by the enthusiastic spirit of fellowship, joy, and genuine camaraderie that filled the sanctuary. I sincerely want to thank Pastor Laff and Pastor Lisa and the entire Remedy Church congregation on their 5th anniversary. May you continue to grow, to serve, and to a blessing to both our community in service of our Lord and Savior for many years to come. Thank you,
For what
Mr.
purpose
Speaker.
does the
I
gentleman
yield
from
back.
Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and the legacy of Deputy Insurance Commissioner Steve Manders, a dedicated public servant who passed away on January 17th at the age of 64. This recognition celebrates a man who gave 38 years of faithful service to the state of Georgia, rising to the role of Deputy Insurance Commissioner, where he exemplified steady leadership, expertise, and integrity in protecting consumers and overseeing our insurance marketplace. Steve was a devoted family man, survived by his wife of 39 years, Mindy, daughters Merritt and Morgan, and 3 cherished grandchildren. He found great joy in golfing, fishing, and creating lasting memories with his family. Steve was also a respected baseball umpire who proudly officiated College World Series 3 times, reflecting his passion to the game he loved. His life of service, of family devotion, and strength is truly inspirational and leaves an enduring impact on our state. The state of Georgia is stronger because of Mr. Manders, and he will be missed dearly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of abolishing ICE. ICE is out of control. Just in the past month, against American citizens, ICE has shot and killed a 37-year-old mother of 3, tear-gassed a 6-month-old baby in his parents' car, and hauled out a grandfather in 14-degree weather in nothing but his underwear. Thanks to Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, our communities constantly live in fear of those who are supposed to protect them. When an agency's structure consistently produces harm instead of justice, there is no way to reform it. We must abolish ICE. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to recognize and congratulate Laramie, Wyoming's very own Frank Crum for his performance and touchdown in the Denver Broncos playoff win versus the Buffalo Bills this past weekend. As an offensive lineman, it is not often that Frank finds himself open downfield. In fact, this was Frank's first reception and first touchdown of his NFL career. Frank's touchdown is the result of an unwavering work ethic and a commitment to excellence. Following a commendable collegiate career at the University of Wyoming, Frank went undrafted in the 2024 NFL Draft, but he did not let that deter him, and he signed with the Denver Broncos as an undrafted free agent. Frank showed grit and determination, working his way up the roster to become a key piece of the Denver Broncos offensive line. Frank's dedication and commitment paid off this weekend as he scored an iconic touchdown that was key in the Broncos' 33-30 victory. Please join me in recognizing and celebrating the hard work and successes of Wyoming's Frank Crum.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate one of my staff members, Anthony Uribe, who's being recognized by the Sacramento Metro Chamber of Commerce as the Young Professional of the Year. Anthony joined my staff in 2018 when he was a senior at Sacramento State University as an intern. Came on as a staff assistant and has been working his way up. Anthony's shown grit, perseverance representing the Sacramento communities of North Sacramento, Del Paso Heights, Natomas. He's a great extension of what we do. Anthony is innovative, and one of the best Anthony stories is, as a staff assistant, you got to pick the member of Congress up early in the morning sometimes, because I'm on the West Coast. That's a 4 a.m. pickup call. Well, one morning, he may have overslept his alarm clock there. So he got there and he said, "I'll get you to the airport, Mr. Congressman." For those in Sacramento County, he got me from Elk Grove to the airport in 10 minutes flat. So maybe there was a little bit of speeding there. Anyways, congratulations, Anthony. Congratulations. I wish I was there with you for the award ceremony, but well-deserved. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, a year ago, I introduced legislation to cut off all funding for California's high-speed rail project. And today, in an overwhelming bipartisan vote, the House passed this measure as part of an appropriations bill that will soon be signed into law. This is fantastic news for American taxpayers and for California taxpayers, as the high-speed rail project is the biggest public infrastructure failure in United States history. It was supposed to be done in 2020, and yet now in 2026, no track has been laid despite spending $18 billion. The estimated total cost has ballooned from $33 billion to $128 billion. And even the New York Times found that it's not on pace to be finished this century. With the success of this legislation, our federal tax dollars in California can go where they're needed when it comes to transportation, and that is to improve our failing roads, to alleviate traffic, and to actually improve the quality of life for Californians. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of a friend and a pillar of Riverside, Roger Ransom, who died on December 28, 2025, at the age of 87. I knew Roger for many decades. He was smart, funny, and unfailingly insightful. He was deeply fortunate for all of us that he should have spent so long at the University of California, Riverside as a distinguished professor of history and economics. His brilliance shone through in the wide range of books, articles, and papers he published across his storied academic career. And beyond his ability to write and to do research, he also showed a special ability to teach and mentor students. It is a testament to Roger that he never let his curiosity abate, writing his final book even in his final months of his life. My heart goes out to his extraordinary wife, Connie, and entire family, and all the innumerable lives he touched along the way. Rest easy, Roger. You've earned it. I thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize my bill, the Care for Military Kids Act, that was included in the appropriations package for 2026 that just passed the House. As a proud representative of Virginia's 2nd Congressional District, home to one of the largest active duty military populations in the United States, advocating for those who serve our country and their families is one of my top priorities. Unlike civilian families, military families often need to move every 2 to 3 years, not by choice, but by obligation. When relocated to another state, service members uproot their whole lives to answer the call to serve, and their families often sacrifice a great deal. For service members who have dependents with disabilities, the sacrifice can greatly impact their livelihood. Unfortunately, with every move, dependent children must re-enter entirely new state health systems with new Medicaid rules, new waiver programs, new provider networks, and long wait lists. The Care for Military Kids Act would ensure that any dependent of an active duty service member currently receiving long-term care services through a state-administered Medicaid plan will remain eligible should their family be stationed outside the state, ensuring our service members do not have to choose between serving their country and getting their children the critical care they need. I was grateful that this important piece of legislation was included in the appropriations package for 2026. Thank you, and I yield back.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my horror at what we are witnessing in Minnesota. Kristi Noem's DHS has been working with no oversight and no accountability. The irresponsibility and recklessness is costing human lives. ICE is terrorizing our communities, indiscriminately racially profiling, using force against peaceful protesters, barging into people's homes without warrants, preventing doctors from treating their patients, blocking students from their classrooms, snatching children, elderly people, pregnant women, veterans, and active military, and American citizens from our streets. Republicans have been silent while this administration terrorizes people and communities and violates the rights and freedoms enshrined in our Constitution. What will it take for the majority in this Congress to speak up? Where is your line? Our communities deserve the dignity of safety and justice, not the cruelty of silence and complicity. You can stop this. Please stand up. Stand up for the Constitution. Stand up for freedom. Stand up for liberty. Stand up for justice. And stand up for humanity. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, in rather sad news, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Dr. Eddie Floyd of Florence, South Carolina. Dr. Floyd was a lifelong Gamecock, a respected physician, a pillar in his community, but more than his titles, he really embodied a life of service to others. From his decades caring for patients to his more than 40 years of leadership at the University of South Carolina, including serving as chairman of the Board of Trustees, Dr. Floyd believed in investing in people and in the future of our state. He loved his community, he loved his family, he loved his alma mater, certainly, and he worked every day to make all of them stronger. He leaves behind a legacy of service, leadership, and kindness. My prayers are with the Floyd family and with everyone who had the privilege of knowing him. South Carolina is a better place because of his service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak to the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In just one short year, our constituents have already begun to suffer the consequences of the Trump administration's agenda to undo life-saving environmental protections. The latest rollback is expected to target key parts of EPA's 2015 and 2024 coal ash rules. Coal ash, a byproduct of coal combustion by power plants, contains hazardous heavy metals that, if left unregulated, can pollute our land and our water. The effects of these toxins on the human body include increased risk of heart disease, cancer, and cardiovascular disease. Certainly, the protections like monitoring groundwater and lining legacy coal ash ponds to prevent contamination are common sense, but these requirements are at risk of being weakened. Delaying coal ash cleanup puts public health in danger, and make no mistake who those rollbacks are for. Polluters who would rather poison groundwater than pay a little bit more to protect the public. We should be accelerating cleanup, not creating loopholes that allow toxic waste to sit leaking and unregulated for years to come. Mr. Speaker, I urge members to join me in speaking out against this attack on the rules protecting us from coal ash. And with that, I thank you and yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the legacy and life of Timothy C. Hess, a loving husband, father, and grandfather who passed away peacefully on November 26, 2025. Tim Hess was born in Cincinnati, Ohio on October 11, 1949, and raised in St. Petersburg, Florida by Kurt and Joan Hess. After graduating from Milligan College, Tim began his professional journey at Sea Pines Resort in South Carolina. In 1975, he moved to Nelson County, where he played a pivotal role in opening a staple of Virginia's 5th Congressional District, Wintergreen Resort. At Wintergreen Resort, a location known by many Virginians, he met the love of his life and wife of 48 years, Lynn, and raised their 3 children, Greg, Lauren, and Paul. Over the next 5 decades, Tim became a respected agent, broker, developer, and managing partner of the Wintergreen Real Estate Company. Tim Hess will be deeply missed, but he will be remembered for his legacy in Nelson County and the many lives he touched. Please join me in honoring his life of service, conservation, and kindness. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Seek permission to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Instead of holding ICE accountable for their horrific behavior, including their violent occupation of American cities like Minneapolis, Republicans voted on giving ICE billions of dollars to terrorize our communities. It is beyond shameful. ICE operates with no meaningful oversight and continues to act with impunity, even as it carries out violent operations that have cost lives. I am sick and tired of seeing Republicans reward a rogue agency that inflicts harm on our communities. Congressional Republicans greenlit sending $400 million more to ICE detention and $370 million more to ICE enforcement. This is on top of the unprecedented $170 billion the agency received in Trump's big, ugly bill. ICE has tormented our communities. Let's be clear. What we are witnessing from ICE is not law enforcement. It is state-sanctioned violence. A woman was killed.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
By ICE. Our communities deserve.
The gentlewoman is no longer recognized.
Not military.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to celebrate 75 years of leadership and public service by the Municipal Water District of Orange County. This milestone isn't just about longevity, it is about leading through change and planning for the future. Municipal Water District of Orange County was founded on a simple yet powerful idea. Regional collaboration is stronger than working alone. By uniting local agencies and securing access to imported water supplies, the district has helped lay the foundation for Orange County's economic growth, public health, and quality of life. 75 years later, Municipal Water District of Orange County remains a model of responsible governance and regional cooperation. And it is well prepared to meet the next 75 years with the same leadership and integrity that has built Orange County into what it is today. Congratulations on 75 years, and thank you for serving our community. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, last week, a mother of 3, a U.S. citizen, was killed in broad daylight. And you would think in that moment Republicans would find their voice to speak out against the cruelty of this administration. Her children were robbed of memories that make a life, and they won't have their mother there for them. And this week, ICE, DHS, took this 5-year-old boy, Liam Ramos, from his family, from his community. This is what Liam's teacher says about him. He's very friendly. He comes into class every day and he just brightens the room. His friends haven't asked about him yet, but I know that they'll catch on. And what they're going to catch on to, those 5-year-olds, the age of my daughter, is that this government, this administration, House Republicans have failed the American people. They failed our communities. They failed to keep us safe in the name of something that the Trump administration has lied to the American people about. This is the face of the people that you are taking from our communities, from their families. It is unacceptable. And it's unacceptable that you have not found your voice to speak out against it.
The gentleman's time has expired. Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with gratitude, with pride, and with purpose to honor a son of Chicago, Mr. Derek Martell Rose, from the hard concrete of Inglewood to the shining floor of the United Center. His journey has been a testimony that greatness can rise from any zip code when faith meets discipline and talent meets sacrifice. When Mr. Derrick Rose became the youngest, most valuable player in NBA history, he did not just break a record, he broke a ceiling. He showed our children that brilliance can be humble, that power can be quiet, and that excellence does not require abandonment of one's roots. When injury knocked him down, Derrick Rose got back up, not bitter, not broken, but better, still believing, still becoming. Today, as his jersey is lifted to the rafters, we lift a lesson. You can stumble and still stand. You can fall and still fly. Derrick Rose is not just an MVP of basketball. Mr. Rose is an MVP of resilience, of hope, of our sweet home, Chicago. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really do appreciate it. I would like to just begin this. Roe versus Wade was overturned by the Dobbs decision, but it was January 22nd, 1973, when the U.S. Supreme Court infamously said that the unborn child has no worth, no standing in law whatsoever, and legalized abortion right up into the moment of birth. We have tried for years. I actually met my wife, Marie, in the pro-life movement 50 years ago at college, more than 50 years ago. And we do believe, like so many of my colleagues, that life is a gift to be protected and preserved, and birth is an event that happens to every one of us. It's not the beginning of life. To think that somehow the unborn child is throwaway and nothing but an entity that can be destroyed at will is very, very inhumane, and we need to speak out, as we are doing. I would point out to my colleagues, and I'll be very brief, and yield to my colleagues who are here, there are more than 2,700 pregnancy care centers throughout the United States working to help women choose life. Each and every one of them an oasis of love, compassion, empathy, respect, and care for mothers and their precious children. Yet some states and lawmakers, including my own state of New Jersey, seek to discriminate against pregnancy care centers by violating fundamental conscience rights, including trying to compel them to participate or be complicit in abortions. We saw that especially in California. The Knights of Columbus has released a poll that found that 83% of Americans, including 79% of Democrats, support pregnancy resource centers. You wouldn't have known that watching the debate just a couple days ago on Michelle Fischbach's very, very important piece of legislation supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act. It did pass, and I want to thank her for her extraordinary leadership and courage. And, we found during the Biden administration, he was actually working towards a rule that would have precluded any kind of TANF funding, food stamps and the like, to pregnancy care centers to administer and to provide that to their clients. That would have been so cruel to say that, no, you're dealing with this woman who is poor. They're not all poor that go there, but some are indigent, and they need help. And all of a sudden we find out that Biden wanted to say, you can't participate in this program. 6 states do, I'm happy to say, and they do provide TANF funding. And again, Michelle Fischbach's bill, and I have more to say during this, but I'd like to yield to her. She's in a Ways and Means Committee meeting now that's underway, but I want to thank her for that leadership. You know, I can't tell you how important these pregnancy care centers are. I've been working with them for over 50 years. Louise Summerhill from Canada started the first group of them called Birthright, and they were there to say, look, we love you, we will help you. And they do an amazing job, they and all the others now that are in existence. And they're global. And again, 2,700 of these tremendous centers in our country. We've got about 55 of them in my own state alone. So I'd like to yield to my good friend and colleague, Michelle Fischbach, and again, thank her for her legislation this week.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. And I will tell you, I have known Representative Smith for many years through the pro-life movement, and he and his wife Marie have dedicated so much time, energy, and effort to promote the culture of life and making sure that women are cared for and supported, and their families and their babies. And so I thank Representative Smith and his lovely wife Marie for all that you have done and your inspiration in this movement, in this fight to make sure that babies are protected.
And I would add your husband, Scott, who is a tremendous leader and head of National Right to Life.
Well, thank you very much, but you have done so much leading us through this. But today I rise with a heart full of gratitude, not only for the privilege of serving the people of Western Minnesota, but for the significant step the House took yesterday, passing the Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women Families Act. This is more than just a legislative win. This is a victory for every woman who has ever felt alone during a pregnancy. It is a victory for every father who wants to provide for their child, and it is a victory for the thousands of pregnancy resource centers across our nation that offer a hand to hold when an uncertain path is faced. We didn't just vote for a policy, we voted for hope. For me, the pro-life movement has never just been a political platform or a set of talking points. It is personal. As a mother and a grandmother, I've seen the miracle of life at every stage, from that first grainy image on an ultrasound that everyone clings to the incredible moment of feeling a child's first kick, and then that moment when you get to meet that child face to face for the first time. Those memories drive me to ensure that every woman in this country has the support she needs to experience those same miracles with confidence rather than fear. My journey in public service has been shaped by these moments. From my time in the Minnesota State Senate to my role as the co-chair of the Congressional Pro-Life Caucus, my mission has been simple: to ensure our laws reflect the beauty and the value of every human life. Being pro-life means so much more than being anti-abortion. To be truly pro-life is to be pro-woman and pro-family. We must acknowledge that for many women, an unexpected pregnancy comes with fear, uncertainty, and financial strain. Our response as a movement and as a government must be one of clear and tangible support. We need to be able to tell mothers, you are not alone. The pro-life movement is a positive one, a movement that surrounds women and their children with hope and support. I have fought to advance policies to make it easier to raise a family, whether it was expanding the child tax credit, supporting maternal health care, or streamlining the adoption process. Our goal is to create a culture where every mother feels empowered to choose life because she knows she has the resources to flourish. I have stood firmly for the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act, because every child who enters this world deserves the same medical care regardless of the circumstances of their birth. I have advocated for the Hyde Amendment,
ensuring that the conscious rights of millions of Americans are respected and taxpayer dollars are not used to fund the destruction of human life. These are not extreme positions. They are compassionate positions. They are positions rooted in the belief that a society is measured how it treats those that have no power, no vote, and no voice. My goal is to build a country where every child is welcomed in life and protected by law. Tomorrow, thousands of Americans, many of them young students and family, will descend on our nation's capital and across the country at state marches in every corner of the country. In my home state of Minnesota, today they gathered at the state capitol, even in the extreme cold. They will march determined to build a culture of life, a culture that supports a father who wants to be present, a mother who is finishing her education, a child who is waiting to take their first breath. The pro-life movement is often characterized by what they're against. But with the passage of the Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act, we have shown what we are for. We are for the mother, we are for the baby, we are for the family. As the marchers arrive in Washington tonight and tomorrow morning, let them know that their voices have been heard in these halls. Let them know that we will not stop working until our laws reflect the beautiful truth that every life is a gift from God. I am proud of the work we have done, and I am even more hopeful for the work we will do tomorrow and into the future. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota for her very eloquent remarks. And, you know, as former president of the Minnesota Senate, where she was a great leader there, it is so, thank you for your work on all of these issues, but especially this week on getting that important bill passed. I'd like to now recognize Mary Miller from Illinois 15, who is a great voice and has great strength on behalf of the family and the unborn child, and has a number of bills that she's authored dealing with the life issue. And Mary, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. 53 years ago, the tragedy of Roe v. Wade was decided. 65 million innocent lives are not here. It's hard to even calculate the loss that this has been. God created them, God had purpose for their lives, and God meant to bless the world through them. Perhaps they were teachers who could have nurtured the next generation, doctors who could have cured cancer, lawyers who could have defended the defenseless, musicians who could have written the next great symphony. Thankfully, on June 24, 2022, the Supreme Court overturned Roe, returning the issue of abortion to Congress and the states. Since Dobbs, 17 states have acted to protect life from the moment of conception. Still, there's so much work to be done. An equal number of states now allow abortion through all 9 months of pregnancy, including my home state of Illinois. Last year, this body took a significant step forward by defunding Planned Parenthood in the Working Families Tax Cut, resulting in 50 of their clinics closing. And by the way, Planned Parenthood is not pro-choice, they are pro-abortion. If they were pro-choice, they would want women to make informed choices, which is why I want to pass legislation requiring an ultrasound to be done and a waiting period before a woman has an abortion. The greatest privilege of my life is to be a mother of 7, grandma of 23, and soon to be a great-grandma. That includes being a grandma to 2 children with Down syndrome, one born to us and one adopted. Every time I meet young couples, I encourage them to have one more. Psalm 127 reminds us that children are a heritage from the Lord. Thank you to Congressman Smith for your leadership in defending the most vulnerable. I look forward to working with you and our colleagues to secure more pro-life victories. Thank you, and I yield back.
you, Mary Miller, for your great leadership. Your voice is always there, and thank you so much. We do now have Bob Under, who's co-chair of the Congressional Pro-Life Caucus. He also is the author of laws when he was in the legislature in Missouri, and he is a doctor and really gets it, and also has another degree in law, so he's the package. He does it all. Thank you, Bob. I yield to you.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. For decades under your leadership, the House Pro-Life Caucus has worked as a strong coalition for life, and I'm grateful to serve along with you as a caucus co-chairman. Today we remember the 53rd anniversary of the erroneous and lawless Supreme Court decision, Roe v. Wade, when the court held that the 14th Amendment's reference to liberty protected a right to abortion. With the stroke of a pen, the Supreme Court empowered the abortion industry to kill millions of unborn children. A research paper published in the American Journal for Public Health 2 decades after Roe found that the Supreme Court's decision caused a 4.5% decline in births in states where abortion was not already legal. Vast numbers of babies were never born. Thankfully, the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade in one of the biggest victories for life in American history. Dobbs v. Jackson rightfully upheld that the Constitution does not confer a right to abortion, returning the authority to regulate abortion to the American people and to their elected representatives. The Constitution makes no explicit reference to obtain an abortion. The Founding Fathers never intended the Constitution to give a license to kill. Unlike the post-Roe era where births noticeably declined, Dobbs v. Jackson ushered in the current pro-life era. A study from the American Journal of the American Medical Association found that from Dobbs v. Jackson through June 24, 2022, through the end of 2023, 22,000 more babies were born in states that enacted pro-life laws. Even though Dobbs v. Jackson saved many lives, our work to defend the unborn is far from finished. For decades, federal tax dollars have supported disturbing, outdated, and ghoulish research on tissues obtained from aborted babies. Biden's National Institutes of Health devoted roughly $53 million to human fetal tissue research in both 2023 and 2024. Despite spending millions of dollars on this barbaric research, it has failed to produce any meaningful medical breakthrough. Not a single therapy depends on aborted fetal tissue research. At the same time, proven ethical alternatives exist. Life-saving treatments such as insulin for diabetes and Herceptin for cancer were developed without fetal tissue research. Umbilical cord blood is used to successfully treat thousands of patients with blood disorders, and adult stem cell therapies have benefited over 1 million people worldwide, addressing cancers, blood diseases, and autoimmune diseases. There is no justification for continuing to fund research using aborted fetal tissue. That is why I introduced the Protecting Life and Integrity in Research Act, which blocks all federal funding of research using human fetal tissue obtained from an induced abortion. Earlier this year, I met with NIH Director Jay Bhattacharya to discuss this, and he agreed that it is high time to end aborted fetal tissue research at the NIH. That is why I'm happy to say today that the NIH announced that they will no longer support research with human fetal tissue. This is a huge victory, and I want to thank Dr. Bhattacharya for his work righting the ship at the NIH. Now it's time for Congress to finish the job by passing the Protecting Life and Integrity in Research Act to make this change permanent. Finally, I want to applaud the thousands of pro-life champions who will be attending tomorrow's March for Life here in Washington, D.C. Your courage and advocacy are vital to advancing the cause of life. The fight for human dignity is a worthy cause. Never give up fighting for unborn children who cannot fight for themselves. Scripture tells us that God has a plan for every human life before it comes into existence on earth. In Jeremiah chapter 1, verse 5, God tells the prophet Jeremiah, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I dedicated you." We also read in the book of St. Luke, Elizabeth's baby leapt in the womb upon hearing Mary's greeting. That baby that leapt for joy in Elizabeth's wound was none other than John the Baptist, who prepared the way for the Lord and baptized him in the River Jordan. Please continue to keep your elected officials in your prayers as we strive to promote a culture of life. With that, I yield back.
Bob, thank you so very much for your leadership. I'd like to now recognize Harriet Hageman from Wyoming, and just point out for the record that she's got 34 years as a litigator, made it to the practice in several states, including the United States Supreme Court, and a distinguished member of the Judiciary Committee.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the honor of being able to speak this evening. I rise today as we mark with sadness the anniversary of the Roe v. Wade decision, a ruling that for decades removed the most basic and fundamental right we hold, the right to life itself. I stand here unwavering in my conviction that every human life is a sacred gift and deserves our protection. Life begins at conception, and it is our solemn duty as lawmakers to defend those who cannot speak for themselves. We should never tire of advocating for the most vulnerable among us, and we must continue striving for a culture that cherishes life at every stage. Since the Supreme Court returned authority over this issue to the states with the Dobbs decision, millions of Americans have exercised their democratic voice, but our work is not done. We must keep pushing for laws that protect life, support families, and uphold the values that make America a beacon of freedom and justice. May we rededicate ourselves to defending the unborn and promoting a society where every life has dignity and every voice is heard. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. I'd like to now recognize Congressman Andrew Clyde from Georgia. He's a combat veteran and served for 28 years, a member of the Appropriations Committee, and just has been, again, outspoken and very effective over these years on defending the unborn.
Thank you, Congressman Smith, for holding tonight's special order. It's so very important. 53 years ago, the U.S. Supreme Court issued one of the most horrendous and devastating rulings in its nearly 237-year-old history. On this solemn anniversary, we pause to remember the unborn babies who had their lives unjustly stolen under the evils of the Roe v. Wade decision. This treacherous ruling paved the way for the murder of more than 63 million unborn children. These precious souls were denied their first and most fundamental right, the right to life. Our Declaration of Independence rightly proclaims that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men. That's right. The responsibility of government is to secure these rights, to preserve the right to life. Our God-given right to life should be universally recognized as a blessing, not flagrantly disregarded in an attempt to justify the murder of innocent unborn children. While our nation will never know the friends, the colleagues, and the leaders lost to the evils of abortion, it is our solemn obligation to honor and mourn these unborn lives. That's why both this Congress and last Congress, I have proudly led a resolution to recognize today, January 22nd, as the Day of Tears. In addition to this somber recognition, may we also give thanks to God Almighty for His gracious blessings of the victorious Dobbs decision, which effectively overturned Roe v. Wade. Dobbs marks an incredible historic victory in the fight to protect the unborn. Yet we must remain ever vigilant, using every tool at our disposal to uphold and defend the sanctity of human life. Tomorrow, I will be participating in the March for Life right here in Washington, D.C. As an unapologetic pro-life conservative, I am proud to be part of this fight because every life is invaluable, worthy, and made in the perfect image of God. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you so very much, Andrew. I'd like to now recognize Glenn Grothman, who's has 4 committee assignments: Budget, Judiciary, Education and Workforce, Oversight and Government Reform. I don't know where he finds the time, but I do thank him for his great leadership on pro-life.
Well, thank you very much. This is a weekend chosen to be the week that Roe v. Wade went into effect in 1973, that we mourn the deaths of the millions of Americans whose lives were cut short by abortion. It's particularly sad that recently the abortion rate in this country has been going up. That is a stain on our country, and quite frankly, a stain on the churches who are failing to educate our young people on the importance of keeping every life going. It's interesting, in Wisconsin, abortion was illegal from around 1850 until Roe v. Wade went into effect. At that time, there were no ultrasounds. Medical care was a fraction of what it is today. But despite the fact that medical care was worse than it is today, everybody knew that abortion was horrific, ultrasound or not. And I don't believe there was a strong effort made until Roe v. Wade to legalize abortion in the state of Wisconsin, until the Supreme Court did it. We have to ask ourselves as a people, what has happened? What has happened to young Americans? And right now, to be honest, politically, to run pro-life in the state of Wisconsin, or at least in many states around the country, is a negative. When I first got involved in public life, I think the majority of people are broadly considered pro-life. Now the opposite is true. Why is that? Who do we blame for the fact that acceptance of abortion has gone up over the last 9 or 10 years? I'm going to suggest the churches, and I think they have to be more vocal and do a better job of educating people about this issue. Like I said, in today's world with ultrasounds, in today's world with such great medical care that it would be virtually impossible to have serious consequences after having an abortion, it should be easier than ever to make people pro-life. Unfortunately, that is not so. So what I will do today is I will challenge the churches, anybody out there listening, members of a church, the laity, the priests, the ministers, to do what you can to educate the childbearing women in your church or childbearing age of the horrors of abortion and the importance for everybody to do what they can to prevent these precious lives from being cut short. Thank you.
I'd like to now yield to Robert Adderholt, Distinguished Chairman of the Labor HHS Appropriations Subcommittee. He's also the chair of the House Values Action Team. Robert?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to have a chance to address the House on this anniversary of the Supreme Court's decision and to recognize the tragedy that took place in 1973. Of course, the Dobbs decision, as we know, rightly returned this issue to the American people and their elected representatives. And our work continues to make sure that the lives of the unborn are protected both on the state and on the federal level. And I want to just say thank you to Chris Smith and the chairs of the Pro-Life Caucus for their continued work on the pro-life issue. Having served with Chris Smith for many, many years here in the House of Representatives, I can tell you this is an issue that he takes very seriously, as he should. And for his leadership, we applaud you. And so thank you, Congressman Smith, for all your hard work and all that you do and chairing the Pro-Life Caucus. But also I want to thank the Marchers for Life for organizing a powerful and meaningful day that we'll have tomorrow as Americans across the United States unite in their commitment to celebrate and defend life. Here in Congress, it is one of my greatest honors to be a voice on Capitol Hill for the most vulnerable among us, our unborn children. For me, my pro-life stance is deeply rooted in my Christian faith and belief that all human life is precious, and it's a gift of the Almighty God. Defending the unborn has long been one of my highest priorities, and the first first term that I got elected to Congress, one of my first votes was to cast in favor of life. But this is a celebration of life to celebrate the Dobbs decision. It is a celebration of lives that have been saved thanks to advocates like March for Life. And I'd like to thank every advocate for their unwavering dedication for this cause. I look forward to continuing our work together until every child is guaranteed our most fundamental right, and that is the right to life. As I've said before, no argument made by the other side can triumph this one undeniable fact, and that's abortion stops the beating heart. May God bless you, and may God bless the unborn in this country and around the world. I yield back.
Thank you. Robert, I do want to thank you, especially as chairman of the Labor HHS bill. You have worked so hard to preserve the Hyde Amendment and all the other important pro-life amendments that have to be renewed every single year. You have been a force. You stand tall. You make a very, very articulate argument, not only in committee, but here on the floor, and I want to thank you for that. It's truly, truly remarkable. Mr. Speaker, I just want to conclude my comments today, first by noting how grateful I am to the members of this House who speak out with compassion and boldly in defense of the unborn and equally of their mothers. You know, abortion has two victims, three if there's twins, the babies and then their moms. And then there's even extenuating damage done to the family that is grossly underappreciated, with fathers' rights being abridged and completely set aside with this so-called abortion decision. Let me point out to my colleagues that the purveyors of death and their enablers in politics, the media, and academia aggressively foster a culture of death, denial, disrespect, and discrimination against babies, and employ an endless array of deceitful tactics designed to trivialize and mask the cruel and ugly reality of abortion, presenting the violence of abortion as a so-called right. One only has to look beyond the slogans and surface appeal arguments to find the harsh reality of abortion. The abortion pill, mifepristone, is baby poison. It kills the unborn child by starving the innocent baby to death. I do a lot on world hunger. I do a lot on domestic hunger, Mr. Speaker. I believe in the importance of nutrition. Two global food security acts have passed this House as my bills in the past. They went on to become law. I believe in it strongly. And yet, mifepristone, the abortion pill, starves the baby to death. I had a meeting with the Secretary General of the United Nations, Gutierrez, in my office a couple years ago, and he too believes in alleviating and ameliorating world hunger. And I said, Mr. Secretary General, how could we be simultaneously looking to mitigate the damage of crop failure, famine, and all the other and its implications for food insecurity, while simultaneously starving an entire segment of society, unborn babies, to death? How can we do that? He had no answer. His staff had no answer. We have to face these realities and stop looking askance and looking as if they don't exist. It is a horrible reality. Let me also point out to my colleagues that the abortion pill, about 60% of all the abortions now are procured through mifepristone in the United States. It is very dangerous to women. When Bill Clinton and his FDA commissioner, Kessler, went over and begged that Roussel Uclaf, who then was marketing this abortion pill, send it to the United States, where does the FDA commissioner come in saying, we need this baby poison, it doesn't cure anything, unless you construe an unborn child to be a tumor or something that needs to be vanquished and excised. And of course they're not. They're God's gift to each and every one of us, and every one of us here today at one time was in that stage of development as the unborn. But what we've now found out, which is what we've known for years, and that is, based on the most recent study by a group, the Ethics and Public Policy Center, and it's the largest study ever done, ever. Nothing even comes close. And they did it in a way that almost takes out bias in terms of reporting. And they found, and again, this is the biggest study we've ever seen, that more than 1 in 10 patients experience a serious adverse event from the abortion pill. 1 in 10 is 10.93%. And what are these damages? Serious infection, sepsis, which could be life-threatening, hemorrhaging, and a number of other adverse events. Do you hear Planned Parenthood ever saying, oh, the pill carries with it all of these deleterious effects to women? Never. They tell lies that deceive women, and they say that, oh, it's very, very safe. I'm very critical of the FDA for all these years. You know, they did sham studies on this over the years. We pointed it out. Nobody listened. And now this study breaks through and says, please, the women need to know that there are very serious consequences to this abortion pill. Let me also say to my colleagues that, yes, everyone's in the pro-life movement that can make it will be at the March for Life tomorrow, March for Life here in Washington. And thank God that the growing number of young people in this country are pro-life, rejecting the very surface appeal argumentation that's been used to dismiss and trivialize the beautiful life of an unborn child, and again, the terrible effects that these abortions have on women. Today, and it will be announced officially tomorrow, the Trump administration has just announced a comprehensive new policy protecting life in foreign assistance. It's humane, life-affirming, and rejects the culture of death, which we have been exporting all over the world by hijacking our foreign aid for very good projects, malaria alleviation and all the other, PEPFAR, which is a good program, but it was hijacked by the Biden administration, and the recipients of that funding was told, change the policies of the country where you're working to have abortion on demand. The only reason PEPFAR didn't get reauthorized in the last Congress was because of that, because he had hijacked it. And unfortunately, that's not what we signed up for. We wanted to mitigate mother-to-child transmission, and I did the reauthorization of it for 5 years, several years ago. I really believe in it, and was shocked and dismayed and angered that the Biden administration took that money and used it for things that it was not intended to be used for. The new conditions that have been now promulgated, the rule goes into effect shortly, Monday, I believe, actually conditions $30 billion in foreign aid to serve humanitarian and health needs around the world, instead of bankrolling UN entities and NGOs that promote and perform abortion violence. I can't tell you how discouraged I am that the WHO has become just another Planned Parenthood, and they push abortion on demand right till birth. That's their, and no conscience rights. If you're an OB/GYN or a nurse or anyone else, you can't say, please, I don't want to be involved. Governments would have the coercive power to say, you do that or else you're not licensed any longer. I would say to my colleagues, too, that a Marist poll that was released today found that a huge majority of Americans, 69%, oppose using tax dollars to support abortion in other countries. 29% are for it, and I would point out that the independents, it's 59%. Republicans even higher, and Democrats are tied in terms of those who support promoting global abortion and those who do not. But 69% in the aggregate who feel that way. At this podium in 1985, I offered the amendment to defund the UNFPA because of its forced abortion complicity, which was shameless, and it is to same today, but in China especially, but also to protect the Reagan Mexico City policy, which has now been reiterated and strengthened by the Trump administration. So this is really important, life-saving work, and I am shocked and dismayed again that so many people don't see the very simple fact. Next time you see an ultrasound, children or your grandchildren, just remember those very children at that very age are being dismembered or chemically poisoned by this abortion pill. And again, I don't know how anybody defends dismemberment abortions. What got me into this movement way back when, 1972, was when I saw the effect of a dismemberment abortion. Limbs hacked off, decapitation of the head, and that was seen as a benign procedure called a D&E. I'm just shocked at that people don't see that is violence against children, and equally it's violence against mothers. I call on everyone who might be watching this, please pray for this movement. Pray for the mothers. The pregnancy care centers, and I'll finish on this, are filled to overflowing with women who have had abortions and never want to see another woman suffer like that. I have met with so many. One woman who was trafficked, and I talked about it during the Michelle Fishbach amendment the other day, or bill. She was trafficked for years. She was helped by a pregnancy care center who just loved her, helped her with her child both during the pregnancy and afterwards. And then now she is running a pregnancy care center because she cares so much that no other woman experienced, for whatever the trauma is, what she went through. So I do thank you. I would like to yield to my good friend and colleague, Andy Barr, such time and that we have remaining. Andy.
Well, first of all, I want to thank my friend, the leader of the Pro-Life Caucus, for his long-standing leadership and commitment to this virtuous cause, and you have made a difference, my friend. You have made an amazing difference. Perseverance is what defines this movement, and we are so grateful for your leadership in this country and for this important cause. So thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and service of Tatum Elizabeth Dale, a proud Kentuckian, a dedicated public servant, and one of the best people I've ever had the blessing of serving with. Tatum was my district director, and she passed away at the young age of 35 years old on Christmas Eve from complications of moya moya. For over 15 years, Tatum served side by side with me for the people of the 6th Congressional District and the Commonwealth she loved. She held almost every job you could hold in my office: scheduler, field representative, deputy district director, and finally, deputy chief of staff. She earned every role, not through ambition, but through trust. Titles never defined Tatum, results did. Tatum was Kentucky through and through. She grew up on a farm outside of Murray, where she learned the values that would guide her entire life: hard work, humility, faith, loyalty, service to others, the cause of life. Those values shaped everything she did. She knew our district better than anyone else. She knew the communities, the leaders, the families, and the history. She remembered names, conversations, and details others would forget. Constituents didn't see her as a staffer or my district director. They saw her as an advocate who listened, followed through, and fought for them. She was Tatum. She wasn't the congressman's chief of staff. She was Tatum. Tatum had a special devotion to Eastern Kentucky. She knew the hollers and the highways, the county judges and the community leaders, and the unique challenges facing those communities. She made sure that they were never overlooked. One of the best examples of that commitment came in Menifee County, where she loved the people, she loved the community, and she took on the U.S. Forest Service over the proposed removal of the safety buoys at Cave Run Lake. Tatum single-handedly organized, advocated, and ultimately won, protecting tourism, safety, and local economic development. When the county newspaper ran a front-page story about this victory, she proudly displayed it in her office throughout the rest of her career. She also poured herself into addiction recovery efforts, helping establish the 6th District Addiction Recovery Working Group and securing millions of dollars in federal grants for Narcan distribution, counseling, recovery services, and transitional housing. Her work saved lives. She was a fierce advocate for our veterans and helped set up and work for our veterans in casework with the Veterans Coalition. Beyond government, Tatum lived her faith Through her church, she participated in mission trips to Haiti, where she served children living in deep poverty. She loved them. She prayed for them. She gave them hope. Service for Tatum was not confined to a job description. She made a difference wherever she went. Inside our office, Tatum was the heartbeat of our team. Her leadership philosophy was simple: last to eat, first to fight. She mentored young staff, protected her colleagues, and demanded excellence, always with kindness. She showed up early, stayed late, and never asked anyone to do anything she wouldn't do herself. She was also my most trusted advisor. She knew when to challenge me, she did, and she knew when to steady me. She made me a better congressman and made our team better public servants. Kentucky lost a daughter who honored her home in everything she did. We also, in our office, lost a leader. Our communities lost a fierce advocate, and all of us lost a friend. But her legacy lives on in the lives she helped, in the problems she solved, and the example she set for what public service should be. Tatum Dale served others every single day of her life. She loved people. That's why she did it. And she did her work beautifully. We will honor her best by carrying forward the standard she set. Rest well, dear Tatum. You are missed, you are remembered, and you will never be forgotten. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of our time.
Okay. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Kaptur, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, very much. And I'm glad we can be together here this evening. Please allow me to begin by applauding President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine on his exceptional and historic remarks in Davos, Switzerland earlier today. I have an astoundingly unapologetic plea by a new world leader whose remarks resounded across our globe as he championed the cause of liberty in our modern era. Despite his own nation being bordered by tyranny on almost all sides, rooted in Russia and all of its repressed client states, he raised his valiant voice strong and clear before the free world's leaders. They all know today's spider web of tyranny is spinning and stretching its ugly net from Russia to Brazil, India, North Korea, South Africa, seeking a global necklace of repression and domination. Yet at Davos today stood the unvanquished, courageous leader of the poorest and most embattled nation in Europe. On behalf of his valorous people, he delivered his eloquent plea. Bravo, President Volodymyr Zelensky. You single-handedly challenged the science of the global order. Your firm supplication and urgent request for liberty were extraordinary, rising far above global niceties. You delivered the raw choice, as our own nation's founders did, liberty or tyranny. Your clear invitation for these leaders to choose forward hangs in the balance, and your plea is historic, passionate, soulful, inspiring not just world leaders, but people everywhere as they weigh recalibrating the dial for liberty. It is your voice that history will remember, rising to energize our world forward from inside the grim, fierce cauldron of struggle that is Ukraine. For any freedom lover to miss your message would be a tragedy. For if your words, coupled with the ongoing martyrdom of your people, do not give rise to crescendos of applause and recommitment, then will liberty cede its worth to dictators, charlatans, plunderers, and fools? Your call is to bold leadership from a new generation of freedom lovers. Let us all rise to answer that call. Freedom means never surrender. Bravo, Ukraine. Bravo, President Volodymyr Zelensky. You inspired freedom lovers across our globe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on another front, today, Vice President J.D. Vance traveled to Toledo, Ohio. He came to talk about the Trump administration's so-called record to bring jobs and help grow manufacturing in our region. Well, this came as quite a surprise to me. Indeed, his words were empty, because his administration's reckless tariffs and disastrous trade wars have increased manufacturing job losses, not just in our region of Ohio, but across our nation. The Wall Street Journal documents that over the last year, manufacturing unemployment has risen in our country by 68,000 more unemployed workers. You can't make America great again unless you restore American manufacturing on our home soil. The Trump administration's reckless tariffs and disastrous trade wars are straining the pocketbooks of our workers, farmers, and consumers. Prices keep rising for everything: food, housing, utility bills, lumber, cars. This is true across the entirety of our Northwest Ohio region, in both urban and rural communities. Vice President Vance says he's now interested in lowering drug prices, but his party consistently voted against those efforts, which were championed under a prior Democratic administration. And I know, because I voted to help cap insulin costs at $35 a month for seniors on Medicare. I voted for prescription drug negotiations that are saving seniors thousands of dollars as we speak here tonight. Unsurprisingly, the Vice President avoided discussing the awful, unwise decisions by his administration to rip away almost $150 million from the city that he was in. By taking away from the Libby Glass Company $45 million. We're known as the Glass City. He took it away. He didn't bring us anything, he took it away. To purchase 2 new glass furnaces that were to compete against Chinese, Mexican, and French producers. The money evaporated. Even though Congress had passed it, it had all been vetted and everything, they took it away. That hurts a manufacturing company, which is a lodestar company in our community. Then his administration canceled, are you ready for this? $57 million more for another manufacturing company, Owens, Illinois, which competes globally. And then, if that wasn't enough, they canceled over $16 million from our local Kraft Heinz facility in the agricultural sector to compete against foreign products. Another $28,500,000 was taken away from our region via rescissions over the summer for major repair work in the heart of our city on Front and Main Street, on the side of the river that he traveled to. The streets he rode over should have been repaved, but they took away the money. He didn't mention them because he helped cancel them. That is over $146 million that would have helped to invest in new possibilities to modernize our entire region. Those investments were critical to American manufacturing, with new age furnaces and technology, not only to compete with foreign glass producers, but also to help reduce emissions here at home for the people that work in those plants and to make work safer for our workers. How would you like to sit in front of a 98-degree furnace all day long? Now the administration has announced plans to eliminate $14.6 million in Ohio for the Ohio Manufacturing Extension Partnership. Guess what? That entity has launched dozens of small and mid-sized regional food businesses driven by the creativity of our people. The U.S. Department of Commerce used to care about those businesses, the small, creative new launches, like Willie's Salsa, which now just got into Winn-Dixie. That was invented by a gentleman who came from Toledo. And Gertie's Barbecue Sauce, that's a product on our shelves, created through that program to create wealth, to create opportunity, to create jobs. So many more, dozens and dozens of these companies have been created, and jobs. Why destroy something that is working? Can somebody tell me? How else do we sprout and grow our local economies? I thought when the Vice President said he was coming to Toledo, he might help announce the $20 million in Department of Transportation RAISE funds, R-A-I-S-E, which had been awarded to improve connectivity in Toledo's heart, in our Junction neighborhood, in the downtown, and the heart of our city, on both sides of our Grand Maumee River. But that announcement never came. If this administration really wants to help Toledo, they better stop driving backwards. Mr. Vice President, can you please bring our check, which the administration owes us? All of these awards were passed by Congress, authorized, appropriated, and signed into law. Our community should never be shortchanged. Our taxpayers send their dollars here. They have a right to get them back. Our people work too hard for a living. We need to respect them. And we need to build our communities forward, not backward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would now like to turn to a very important issue that arose today because of something that happened with Speaker Johnson. America's farmers are hurting. They need every bit of help Congress can deliver. So do truckers and working families paying more for groceries. And at the pump, just to haul goods, get to work, and move around their communities, prices are going up, not just in America's heartland, but across our great country. Republican leadership today had a chance to authorize year-round E15, a common-sense blend of ethanol and gasoline. But guess what? They walked away from it again. Instead, and I can tell you this, for the farmers I represent, half their income comes from raising grains that go into fuels. Without that market, they wouldn't exist. This is serious business for agricultural America. And instead today, Speaker Johnson has set up another delay, a council set to report back within another month on next steps. Next steps on what? We want to make E15 year-round. That's not too complicated. That may sound like progress with another task force. We don't really need it. Farmers want E15 year-round. They can't keep punting our farmers upfield. The time to act is now. The solution is within their hands. Why did they delay? Let's hope this process the Speaker's now set up for another month or 6 weeks is not just another fig leaf for more delay. Year-round E15 sales protect our small refineries too. Can Congress achieve this so-called compromise? Ohio farmers and refiners are already hurting. So let's stand up for biofuels and for our farmers. Surely the hardworking farmers across all of the counties I represent would benefit. What America makes and grows America. With quotes, let me just say to the Speaker, please shake a leg. Thank you. And I would like to move on now to remember someone that was an extraordinary American. It is my great privilege, Mr. Speaker, to offer deepest gratitude on behalf of Ohioans and Americans as we recognize the life of an honored and indefatigable public servant in the truest sense. Stephen D. Fote was born in Rapid City, South Dakota on June 2, 1950, for and passed recently at 71 years young. He passed from this life after a truly valiant final fight on January 10th, 2026, in Nebo, North Carolina, surrounded by his beloved family. Steve was a precious and trusted friend and brilliant advisor and public servant, incorruptible, compassionate, acerbic, and funny, all at the same time, and with a twinkle in his eye, you can just see it, and hearty laugh to tie it all with a bow. One colleague described him as the most intelligent, frustrating, hardest working, disorganized, nicest person I ever had the pleasure and honor to work with. Steve Fote truly loved his country and the democratic process. He was always both an ardent participant and learned scholar of democracy. He floated in books. Steve was a lifelong student, earning degrees in literature, history, business administration, and law. He never stopped learning. He loved baseball. Do not get in his way when there's a baseball around, and basketball as well, and was at one time, in quotes, the beloved Little League coach of Salina, Ohio. Always reading, always learning, he could call up any fact. He conversed with a depth of knowledge which at times was actually astounding. Steve Fote began his professional career as a newspaper reporter. He paid attention to details, and he followed that pursuit with decades in public service, first with the state of Ohio, and then with the United States Congress. He served under then Secretary of State Sherrod Brown in Columbus, our capital, and would later serve in his office for a decade here in this House. It was during that time that, alongside myself, Sherrod, and others, that Steve helped lead the consequential fight against NAFTA on this very floor, the North American Free Trade Agreement, which was anything but free to America's workers and farmers. We all knew the harm it would do to the region we call home. It was a worthy and a passionate fight then. We have proven to be right many times over since. When we go to the hollowed-out cities and towns of our country, I just feel so honored that he was a part of that great struggle for America's people. Following his service with Sherrod Brown, Steve would join our office, where he became a trusted advisor, serving as our legislative director for 5 years, and then transitioning to communications director for nearly a decade. Even in retirement, he continued in public service at the local level for the city of Toledo. He even ran for Congress in a long-shot bid to succeed the retiring Republican Speaker of the House, John Boehner. Though he came up short, Steve believed that everyone deserved a choice and that no one should receive a rubber-stamped, gerrymandered seat in Congress without having to work for it. He always fought the good fight. His favorite music was Aaron Copland's Fanfare for the Common Man. Steve loved this land and worked to preserve its future. This was embodied in legislation he drafted to add an international designation to the Detroit River and Ottawa National Wildlife Refuges, which border our dear neighbor to the north, Canada. He was an avid proponent for countless species and preserving unspoiled lands. Steve helped us to cement our region as the home of the biggest week in American birding, which today attracts birders from around the globe. To the last, he was an active participant in the American experiment. He wrote op-eds and organized, kept reading and studying even through his final difficult illnesses. Steve Fote's life is beautifully summed up by his nephew, and I quote, "Steve was many things to many people and had a knack for somehow being everywhere all at once. In addition to being a public servant, he was a deep thinker and conversationalist, a world traveler who visited 41 different countries, a voracious reader and eternal student, a big-hearted hellion, an old hippie who loved rock and roll and bluegrass music, a Zags basketball fanatic, and a passionate champion for underdogs everywhere. But most of all, until the very end, Steve was an outspoken believer in the decency and value of common people, the collective public good, and the principles of democracy, diversity, and equality. He was loved deeply by his family, his friends, his associates from work, and will be severely missed. Our nation expresses deepest gratitude for the selfless service of Steve Fote, his true friendship, his humanity, and his abiding service, honorable service. We celebrate the difference he made with a lifetime of intention and of active citizenship for this beautiful land and our people. Those who know him can rest assured they will never, ever meet his likes again. May God protect him, bring him peace, and allow his spirit to soar with the eagles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to enter this into the record. And Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor a true American hero, a man of the law, Robert Rex Baumgartner. Rex embodied the very best of our nation: honor, respect, bravery, duty, and unwavering courage. Born in East Toledo, Rex answered the call to serve early, joining the United States Air Force and serving as an air policeman and sentry dog handler around the globe. He later dedicated over 4 decades to the Toledo Police Department. His instincts, integrity, and fearless commitment to justice as a detective made our community safer and stronger. His work earned him countless honors, including induction into the Birmingham Hall of Fame and the National Law Enforcement Officers Hall of Fame. Even after retiring, he continued to serve, spending another 15 years at the Lucas County Prosecutor's Office, focusing on protecting the elderly from crime. And he retired at the young age of 83. He truly made a difference in a lifetime of extraordinary public service. Yet Rex's greatest legacy was the love he poured into his family and community. He was a mentor, a coach, a storyteller, and a steady hand, always present, always giving, always leading with heart. Over 30 years, Papa Rex made Halloween camping trips legendary. From silly costumes to spooky decorations, he poured his heart into making those weekends memorable. They became traditions with his kids, grandkids, and now great-grandkids will carry on for years to come. Beyond all the arrests, titles, and awards, Rex was wise. He told the best stories, made everyone laugh until they cried, always showed up when he was needed most, and taught everyone how to live with integrity, humor, and genuine heart. With his beloved wife of 62 years, Linda, his children Debbie, Patty, Robert, and Julie, 13 grandchildren, 10 great-grandchildren, and countless other family and friends who loved him dearly, I joined to celebrate a life of purpose and courage, well lived. May his example forever inspire all those who knew him. And I thank the Speaker for allowing me to enter his life into the record. And now, Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate the life of William Bill J. Dara, Jr. of Northwest Ohio, husband, father, grandfather, and Toledo businessman. Bill Dara embodied the American dream through hard work, integrity, and devotion to family. For more than 4 decades, this truly good man helped clothe our police officers, firefighters, workers, building superior uniform sales with grit, wisdom, and a gift for bringing people together. He was so friendly. He was a natural leader, a storyteller, and a man whose word mattered. Bill's life was deeply rooted in faith, in heritage, and in routine. So whether it was at St. Elias Church, the Monday Cousins Lunch, he sustained for 45 years, or cheering for the Yankees, the Rockets, and the Buckeyes. Yet at the center of everything was his family. His pride in his wife, Amira, his daughters, Natalie and Alyssa, and his grandchildren was unmistakable. This week, Bill would have celebrated his 76th birthday. So today, we wish him in memoriam a happy birthday, and we honor a life truly well lived. May his memory be eternal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to enter his story into the record. And Mr. Speaker, I rise tonight with a heavy heart and deep gratitude to remember Sydney M. Boissel, a young woman whose life proved that impact is not measured in years, but in courage, character, and how you lift others. Sydney shattered expectations. She became a leader in the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 8, a teacher in the trades, a voice for women, and a standard bearer for excellence. She worked hard, spoke honestly, laughed loudly, and made room for others to grow. She was, as all those who loved her say, pint-sized and full of spice, unforgettable in every way. Above all, Sydney loved fiercely her family, her friends, her dog, Waylon, and the community she served. And in her final act, she gave the gift of life itself through organ donation, offering hope to families she would never meet. We honor the strength of her family, who made this courageous decision with love and grace. Sydney's passing reminds us that even in sorrow, goodness endures. One life, lived fully and generously, can change the lives of many. Sydney Boissel was a hero to working people and to so many who came to know her. May her name be honored forever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to enter her story into the record. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the life of Timothy Haas, a devoted son, brother, caregiver, and the steady heart of Dino's family restaurant in Maumee. And I know Dino defines family, not just as his family, but the family he created as he created community in Maumee and the surrounding neighborhoods. For more than 2 decades, Tim showed up before dawn, fed neighbors with kindness, and reminded us that dignity lives in every service. His tragic loss on New Year's Eve has left an empty chair at the counter and a deeper ache in a community that loved him and that he helped build, a community of people. We also honor the family that Dino's created. In a simple diner, friendships were forged, stories were shared, and strangers became regulars. A community was brought closer together. Owner Dean Yakamithis and his team built a place where hard work mattered. Coffee stayed warm, and people felt seen and appreciated. Though the doors have now closed, the spirit of that table endures in every single life that Tim touched, and there were thousands. Let us keep Tim's memory alive by caring for one another, watching out for our neighbors, and cherishing the small places that bind a town together. Every person is a part of that necklace of life in America. May his light guide us forward, and on behalf of Northwest Ohio, we offer gratitude, prayers, and an enduring promise to remember. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 30 minutes.
We're going to take about a week and a half off now as we go back to our districts, meet our constituents, do our factory tours. But I think prior to leaving, it's important one more time to address what I think is the most significant issue that this Congress and next Congress and that this president and the next president is going to have to deal with. Because how we address this issue will determine whether America fundamentally changes or not. And that issue is immigration. We see it on the TV every night, the obnoxiousness going on in a church in Minneapolis, the horror and unfortunate death of a woman who was protesting, demonstrations all around the country. So let's, first of all, define the current situation. Right now in America, every year, about 800,000 people are naturalized. We don't talk about that enough. We spend all the time talking about people who are sneaking in this country. We don't talk about the fact that 500,000 people every year become new citizens. In addition to that, about 800,000 new citizens, 500,000 about people come here on work visas, and another 500,000 come here on student visas. And people being what they are, many of these people on visas stay in the United States anyway. In addition to that, the United States is one of the few countries in the world in which we have birthright citizenship, in which we get new citizens just because, say, a woman from China flies into San Diego, has a child, and comes back. The way we're interpreting the law right now, which of course is wrong, but the way we're interpreting it is that that child becomes a U.S. citizen. When you look at all the ways you can become citizens, it's not surprising that today over 15% of the people in the United States of America were born abroad. That's an all-time high. So as we analyze what we have to do on this situation, we ought to remember that if we do nothing, we are already at an all-time high in the number of people who are in the United States who were not born here. As far as the over 800,000 naturalized, that's about 4 times what it was when I was a child in the 60s. So again, we have nobody to apologize to as we're not letting people in the country. 4 times as many people as being let in the country as when I was a child. Then we just got done with a president, Joe Biden, and of course we don't keep track of the exact numbers, but he was allowing about 8 to 10 million people, in addition to all these other people, 8 to 10 million people being allowed in the country crossing our southern border illegally. So, what do we do about this situation as we're we're being flooded with people from other countries? First of all, we have to worry that the people coming here are not what John Adams said should be required to come here. They are not necessarily a moral and religious people. They may not respect our Constitution. When they eventually participate in our elections, will they vote for the limited government that our forefathers feel we need? A limited government that is required. You know, most countries built on elections wind up collapsing. And they collapse because people go to the polls and just say, what can my government do for me? I'll quote John Kennedy here as far as what he felt we needed in this country. He said, ask not what our country will do for you, but what you can do for our country. And that's the type of people we need at the polling booth. Unfortunately, over time, and I'm including corporate welfare on this as much as anything, we have more and more citizens when they vote saying, what'll you give me? Are you going to give me more food? Are you going to give me free medical care? Are you going to give me free daycare? In other words, what they do is they want the government to give them more money that they didn't earn on their own. That would be the end of America if these are the type of immigrants we are getting in. I also want to point out, when we look at the people coming here, some of our inflammatory people talk about racism. I hate it when they talk about racism, but I do want to point out that now when you look at people who are naturalized who come in here, I want to rattle off the 10 most common countries that citizens become naturalized from. 1, Mexico, 2, India, 3, Philippines, 4, Dominican Republic, 5, Cuba, 6, Vietnam, 7, China, 8, El Salvador, 9, Jamaica, 10, Colombia. You notice anything about those 10 countries? Not one of those countries are sending us immigrants who are primarily European in nature. I should maybe qualify that. For whatever reason, the diversity bureaucrats have decided to tell us that people, say, from Cuba or the Dominican Republic are not European. I've always felt it was odd the way they define this. You can have a family that moves here from Spain to Cuba, hangs around Cuba for 80 years, they come to the United States, and they are not considered primarily European, even though their ancestry is in Europe. But in any event, the way we consider things now, none of the top 10 are primarily European. So as far as people saying we have this horrible racist country, I think it would be odd for a racist country to let the 10 most common nationalities to come here all what our left-wing friends would call people of color. In any event, we have to ask ourselves, how do we handle this huge influx of people coming to the country? If people come here and lie and say they're coming here for asylum, it seems to me the only alternative is to remove them, or we have no immigration law, right? If the word gets out that you come to the United States, and as long as you don't break a law, as long as you're not an armed robber, as long as you're not a drug dealer, you can stay here forever, everybody will come here. That's like having no immigration law at all. But in any event, right now, we have the bizarre situation in which people are deciding we don't have to enforce our current immigration laws. We have people like I'm from Wisconsin, the governor of Illinois, the governor of Minnesota, in essence saying, we do not want ICE in our states. Same thing with the ridiculous mayor of Minnesota. Well, what would happen if the word got out that if you come illegally into the United States, all you have to do is find your way into Illinois or Minnesota or perhaps New York or California, and the immigration laws will not be enforced? I'll tell you what had happened. What had happened is, in a given period of time, I think we would find ourselves, I'm sure it would be easy, to find 100 million Chinese who would come here, 100 million people from India could come here, 100 million people from Africa would come here. America would permanently change. They would change very quickly if we respected the preposterous positions of the governor of Minnesota. In order to preserve our country, we have to limit the number of new citizens at 800,000 or maybe even less. It's scary that we have so many citizens so blind they can't see that we're losing our country. But if we allow unlimited immigration in the country, that's exactly what would happen. I should also point out that things are different than they were 60 years ago. When I was a child and they showed pictures of countries abroad, you would see starving children starving children. You look at their stomachs. Nowadays, the amount of poverty in the third world is a fraction of what it used to be. In some of the poorer countries of the world, we have the same problem as we do with the poor of this country. They're obese, okay? It amazes me sometimes when you look at the TV and they're showing other countries around the globe, how they have high-rise buildings in the background. I'm sure they're not as wealthy as, say, New York City, but they clearly are not poor as we thought of poor 60 years ago. These people frequently have more than enough money. So the question is, what to do? And that's why I think it's the biggest problem we have in America. If people like the governor of Minnesota or the governor of Illinois or the governor of California get their way, the America that we are used to is going to disappear. And it will be replaced by people who may not be protecting our country or keeping the current law or the current Constitution or the attitude of less government going. We are almost certainly going to get people who turn America into the countries they came from. Countries in which are socialism, in which you have socialists, countries at which elections become contests of who are you going to give to more. America will become not only poorer, but America will become much less free. So we must enforce our immigration laws. It's going to be messy in some cases, particularly because we have horrible mayors and horrible governors who want to ignore our laws. They want to fundamentally change America. But our president, whoever that president is, has to have the courage and the moral steel to stand up to these people and remove people who don't belong here. And anybody who feels guilty about that, again, I remind you, 800,000 people a year, almost all what liberals refer to as people of color, are coming here already. We have nothing to apologize for if we hold the number of people here to those numbers. There's some people who feel that we need more people here for our farms, more people here for our hotels, more people here for our factories. If that is true, Congress can expand the number of work visas are available. But it doesn't mean we open up the floodgates of the southern border and whoever can come here should be able to come here. Part of the problem as well, in addition to bad mayors and bad governors, is bad clergy. I think that they are apparently not familiar with what is in the Bible as far as respecting the law. And every country around the world has immigration laws. They have laws that have to be respected. Unfortunately, we have some clergy who I guess were bored preaching about the gospel, bored preaching about God, and they've decided to adopt the left-wing orthodoxies of let everybody come here. And they, of course, have a lot to answer to as well. But I challenge Americans at the polls when you look and see what issues your congressmen or even more, your mayors or governors are running on. Are you going to vote for people who are going to keep our America great? Not people who are going to say no immigrants whatsoever, like I said, naturalizing 800,000 a year. But are you going to elect people who are not going to be foolish people who let an unlimited number of people come here? Because if we do that, America, the America that we grew up in, is going to be gone for our children. It's going to be gone for our grandchildren. In any event, that is, I think, the most important issue today, because if we don't win on that issue, our country is done. Thank you. I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 13 of Rule 1, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.